Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take large man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Boing, boing, ugh. That's the sound of a dead rubber. But does it really matter? Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket and to the third and final T20 international between England and India, where we have moved on to Trent Bridge. It does seem that England's Test Zeros have turned to heroes, whilst the white ball heroes are acquiring the rather mottled hue of disastrous disappointment. But it is only 2 games in a soon-to-be forgotten bilateral series. Run towards the fear may be the new mantra for England's Test team, but it is not a message that's resonating with the T20 lads, who yesterday capitulated to India for the second time in the face of a run chase that Brendan McCullum's lads might have knocked off with their eyes closed. The motivation for England today is to prove to themselves that they can go head-to-head and win against this supercharged Indian team and not worry about the series results. I'm Tony Bishop, and with me are an experienced, professionally certified P3, M3 assessor and trainer of methodologies relating to management and delivery of business change and business analysis, otherwise known as the Wizard of the World. It's Al Hodge. Hello, Al.
Good afternoon, Tony. Good afternoon, everybody. What exactly is it about P3, M3 methodology that you'd like to know about?
Nothing at the moment.
Did you just read his LinkedIn profile?
I did, yes, I did. And that voice was the Robin Hood of Epping Forest, none other than Nestle Boy. Hello, Nestlers.
The run towards the fear sounds like one of the slogans for a new prospective leader of the Conservative Party. You know, well, time for Rishi or whatever it is, or get ready for Rishi.
Bags of fear to run towards, then I would imagine. Right, well, toss and team news. Let's start there. Toss won by England. Joss Buttler has decided to try and set a total, having not gone so well, having chased, it must be said. Quite a bit of team news, it must be said. India, 4 changes. No Bhuvi, no Bumrah. They are going to line up as Rohit Sharma, captain of course, Virat Kohli, Suryakumar Yadav, Rishabh Pant, Shreyas Iyer, Dinesh Karthik, Ravindra Jadeja, Harshal Patel, Avesh Khan, and I think to many people's certainly interest and possibly delight, we're going to get a first look at Umran Malik and Ravi Bishnoi. So some excitement there, some interesting changes for England. Couple of changes. Roy and Butler same, Dawid Malan the same, Phil Salt comes in, Liam Livingstone, Harry Brook, Moeen Ali, David Willey, Chris Jordan, Richard Gleeson, so impressive of course, at Edgbaston, and Reece Topley who comes in. So there are your toss teams and changes. Plenty of talking points. I'll start with you, Al. It's a tough old time for England so far. Not as bad as Derbyshire against Somerset though, maybe.
Well, I think they're still retrieving balls from Lower Taunton from what happened in the T20 game. It's 2 games. In the T20 sense, the only thing that's important is October.
Yes. Yeah.
So bums on seats on the plane to go to Oz in October. That's it. That's your lot. This is a contractual obligation being fulfilled, and nothing more than that.
Yeah, yes, and there's quite a lot of discussion about whether it should be fulfilled whilst the last latter stages are being played as well. Nestlers, though, for you, India, is it that India perhaps more IPL hardened and sharper? Only Butler, Livingstone and Ali played in the IPL. Yes, there's been the blast, but does it sort of give you a sense of the power of the IPL perhaps versus the blast when you look at those Indian players who have all been going through that long IPL tournament? They just seem that much sharper, don't they?
Possibly, yeah. I mean, I don't know really. Certainly the IPL is a lot more powerful than our own version, if it is that. They just seem more up for it. They look, and what I've seen of this, way better than England. They're more keen. Is that fair?
I'm not sure keen would be fair, but
England just look a bit.
They've been on their toes more.
Yeah, England look like a bit of a sort of I don't know. We're here, like you said, contractual obligation album, greatest hits, and they're kind of I don't know. It just seems a bit. They just seem a bit lackluster. I think is probably the word I'm looking for.
Al Butler and captaincy. It's too early to say is affecting him, but he won't be happy with 2 such low scores, will he?
Well, I think the thing, if you want to talk about everything that goes into captaincy, not having your immediate predecessor immediately jump into the commentary box in order to be able to critically evaluate your performance probably doesn't help. I think there's something to be said about that. But the margins for error are so small with regards to T20 cricket. There is a lot to be said that the margins are so small that momentum is meaningless and irrelevant to be able to talk about. It's 2 games.
Although 50 runs is a fairly big margin, which is what they succumb to.
But Tony, how many T20 games have we watched where we knew the result halfway through the game?
Too many.
Without having actually watched a single ball of the second innings.
Well, the teams are in the middle. I'm just going to ask one more question, Nestle. Richard Gleeson. Shame his debut wasn't a win, but not a bad effort, was it?
No, I mean, who did he get? Kohli, Pant.
Yeah, he got 3 big ones. Yeah,
Rohit. Yeah,
he certainly did.
Not bad.
Players are in the middle. Let's jingle up England's openers. Here's Jason Roy.
Duckworth Lewis loves you. The clouds part for you. Nothing stands in your way when you're a Roy.
It is indeed Jason Roy. Had a decent blast, made 58 against Kent, 101 not out, 71 in the second and third Netherlands ODIs, but a golden duck last night, which wasn't quite so good. And he's going to be facing Avesh Khan, who is charged with opening the bowling for India. If I can find him, here he is, Avish Khan.
Hello my baby, hello my honey, hello Avish Khan.
Who is in
Please.
and pushed towards mid-on by Roy, and we open up with a dot ball. None for none. He's already improved on last night.
Survival.
He's already improved on last night, which can't be a bad thing, can it?
Don't forget, folks, enter the GPL. It's currently at £247.
It
How much
is
is that?
£247. Quite remarkable. As the bear
Jumping.
reopened it.
Jumping catfish. You buy a lot of Smarties for 200.
Avish Khan, right arm over, wristily flicked to point, but again it will be a dot ball. So after last night's horror story, Jason Roy's had a little nod back down the track to Jos Buttler, who I suspect as captain is probably saying well played, or take your time, don't worry about it. It's England's job now to set a pace. They've had to bowl second in the previous two games. Here they are bowling first, bowling from the Radcliffe Road end as Avish, and that's tickled off his legs, but tickled straight to square leg. Dinesh Karthik does the fielding. Actually, what's he? Oh, because Pant's taken over the gloves, I assume. Yeah. So Dinesh Karthik has found himself out in the outfield, and I assume that will be Rishabh Pant. Quite what the thinking was behind that, I don't know. Maybe Rishabh Pant just says I'd much rather keep, and Dinesh Karthik doesn't mind too much. So Avish turns, but he has to stop, pause for a second. England yet to get off the mark. 3 balls faced. Jason Roy is having a good old prod and a bit of gardening there, Al.
Whatever demons there are, I'm sure he's
just prodded one on the head. Pulled away through mid-wicket. Is it going to go all the way? It's pretty quick outfield here, particularly on a day like this at Trent Bridge. No, it's hauled in well short, and they should have taken 2. Yes, they have. So England are off and rolling. 2 without loss. 4 balls into Avish Khan's first over. First over for him, first over for India. And remembering England won the toss. Normally they're a chasing side, Al, aren't they? But here they've changed their mind. And,
you've got to be able to do all things against all teams.
You do indeed. In comes Avish Khan. Down the track comes Buttler. A swing and a miss. It was quite wide of off stump. I beg your pardon, Roy. It was quite wide of off stump. And through it went to Rishabh Pant. And there is again no run. Was he just beaten for speed there, Al? He certainly slashed at it and played underneath it, really, didn't he?
It seems all premeditated, doesn't it? So, you know, he's coming down the track to that no matter what.
Yeah, I think you could be right. Well, 1 ball left of the over. There is a slip in for Avish Khan. Roy waits, plays it late, dabs it to back point. But there's no run. There's just 2 off the first over. India will be happy with that. Not quite as explosive a start as there was in England's innings the other night. But it's 2 without loss. And we shall dive into the depths of Epping Forest to see what Nestlers can give us message-wise.
Warren's with us. He said good morning. Who won the toss? Who won the toss?
England.
England
Jos
did.
Buttler did.
Dr. Soothsayer says if England don't win today, should the clamouring for white ball reset begin in earnest? Roger Melly says hello, good evening, and bollocks. And Leo's happy birthday, Leo. It says 40 not out today, maybe not as attractive as a quick fire 30 odd from Roy, but I'll take it. Happy birthday to us, Mr. Gavaskar. And Kyrgios has a break in the first set.
Does he? Oh my goodness. Jos Buttler, of course, is going to be facing.
Prior ain't no loss, 'cause we found someone Sattler. Okay, he can't spell Joss, but he also can't spell Butler. Jos Buttler. Just because he is Jos Buttler. 1 S and 2 T's. Jos Buttler.
And he's facing, for the first look at this chap, Umran Malik, who is going to be, I'm afraid, for his first delivery, smashed away past point by Buttler for one of these.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
been really looking forward to seeing Umran Malik, but he won't be happy with that start, Al. Short and wide.
Aerial through the covers, but Butler is like a dancer on the balls of his feet, just able to get on top. It was back of a leg, not really too much wrong with the ball, maybe a bit, not that wide, but Butler able to swing for the fences, so to speak.
In comes Malik. That one beats the outside edge of a very dodgy old sort of half-hearted drive from Butler. Bit of movement off the pitch, nearly 90, 89 miles an hour from Malik.
The bit that made me go,
Kashmir.
ooh, Tony, was the fact that it went straight into the hands of Pant and then straight back out.
It did.
So,
We're going to have a look at it from behind the wicket. His right arm, as I say, 89 miles an hour was that one. And he has quite a slingy front-on action as well, doesn't he?
That's slow for slow-mo.
Let's see what he's got this time. He's got a chain jangling as well. This one's short, and it really does hurry Butler up, who's looking to pull, and actually wears it sort of not quite in the most bothersome of regions, but in the stomach. So that should be a bye that England took there. One extra for the England score, nothing extra. Maybe just bottom of the arm.
Yeah, it's right in the midriff there.
Was it the midriff got him? Well, it's going to bring Jason Roy onto strike to face Umran Malik. His first IPL last year, he took 2 wickets in 3 matches. This year, 22 wickets at 20, and a best of 5 for 25 for the Sunrisers Hyderabad against Gujarat Titans.
You'd take that.
He is doing very well indeed.
Some quiff he's got.
You can see why he has, why people are excited. Back onto the back foot goes Roy, guides him towards square leg, takes a single, moves England onto 8 without loss.
Which
2 balls left of this second over that is being bowled by the youngster Umran Malik.
I must tell you that bizarre sight in Epping Forest this morning when I was driving my bike. A woman was walking towards me, and I thought it was a bit odd. And then she had a 1960s B-52, like a beehive,
Like Mary Wilson.
or one of the B-52s.
Yes, one of the
I
B-52s.
thought you meant a big
It
aeroplane
was just
under
a
our arm.
bizarre sight in the forest. I was like, what?
Well, possibly not what you're expecting to see. Malik in, pulled high, hard, handsome, and all the way over cow by Jos Butler for one of these. The first one at that too. I don't know if Mog or Jeff are listening. I'm sure they have sent us an Umran.
Mog's not here.
Umran Malik jingle. Maybe the bear just haven't got round to loading it up onto the cart, but I couldn't find it, I'm afraid. I'm surprised because he would have been. We would have had it for the IPL.
Mog's fed up with the time difference.
Well, I can hardly blame him. As Malik's in, that's down leg. That should be a wide. Pant takes it to his left, signalled as such by. Is that our friend Martin Saggers? Have I got my umpires right? Who are our umpires today, Al?
I don't know. I thought Martin Saggers was or is Mark Saggers, isn't he? Was a commentator, a radio journalist.
Well, I'll tell you who it was originally carded to be, but that doesn't mean that's who's actually shown up.
Should we call them both umpire strikes back?
We could do. We certainly could do. None for 12 for Malik so far. It's supposed to be Mike Burns and Alex Wharf, but I'm not sure it is. This one's driven sweetly by Butler. That's a glorious cover drive, and that is going to be 4 of the most classical runs. Actually, it is out there. It's Alex Wharf and Martin Saggers, who absolutely weren't the umpires who were originally carded. The Cricinfo clearly not getting the most up-to-date information. That was a sweet shot, wasn't it, Al?
I love the way that just nobody moved. The only thing that disturbed the tranquility was the sponge being dislocated slightly by the ball hammering into it.
Indeed. Oh, so Umran Malik, his first over, courtesy of both a 6 and a 4, 2 fours in fact, has gone for 16, which he will not be happy about. And immediately we have a change because it's going to be Ravi Bishnoi is going to take over from Avesh Khan and come into the attack for India. Now, do we have Ravi Bishnoi to hand? You never know. It's all a bit potluck, really. Are you there, Ravi Bishnoi? Yes, you are.
21 years old.
He's owned.
There once was a boy whose name was Ravi Bishnoi, and he had so many skills that he wanted people to enjoy.
Oh, indeed he does. Well, let's see what he's got. He's going to be bowling. He's going to be demonstrating those skills. Leg break and googly being prime amongst them to Jason Roy. Plenty of wrist and beats Jason Roy, who was looking to late cut. Missed it and through to the gloves of Rishabh Pant. Cleanly taken. Rishabh Pant's wearing those fabulous skiing goggles of his with the yellow frames. 19 without.
Occasionally the whole thing seems so mystifying to Roy.
Well, here comes, in comes Bishnoi. That one again was a leg break and wasn't timed at all by Jason Roy. I think he was beaten in the flight there. It dipped very suddenly on him. And he looks a little bit frustrated, not surprisingly. Have another look at this one, Al, and seemed to flummox Roy completely, this one, didn't it? Oh no, it's a new ball, and this one's to the man on the 45. Again, no run. 3-dot balls, good start for Ravi Bishnoi. Exciting start for Malik, sure, but not the way he would have wanted to go. But Ravi Bishnoi a lot more controlled.
Well, he got away with one.
He did there. This one is slapped and fielded at backward point. Does get Roy a run, beautifully fielded by Jadeja, who of course is always a live wire in the field. Rarely lets India down when he's that, and he really had to fling himself to his right.
That ball is
backward point,
almost past him.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic stop.
Fabulous effort indeed. Bishnoi, 2 balls left of his over, waited for and turned towards mid wicket by Jos Buttler. Not really in any effort. It was all about footwork and angling the bat. Gets him a single.
Didn't that seem like a ball that was? It was like, I'm not going to give you a ball you can hit before, but here's a ball that you can get yourself off strike.
Yeah, I think so. Tossed up.
I think he might prefer bowling to Roy.
Tossed up outside the leg stump. Would be typical for a leggy. What's he got this time? This one is hauled high, mighty and long by Jason Roy over deep mid wicket. It's the second one of these.
The number of the day really hops and kicks. The number of the day is 666.
Absolute belter. Finishes the over in the grand manner. It was an over that was going really quite well for Ravi Bishnoi, but not then. Nestlers.
Roger Melly says there's a bit of Sean Tate about Malik's action. He falls away to the left in his delivery stride, but not to the extent that Tate does. Farong says greetings from Mirpur. Hope everyone is well. Couple of overs in, no wickets lost. Hopefully England can set a competitive total, or will they collapse?
Well, they're going along at 9 at the moment. They're 27 without loss, with 3 overs, as you rightly say, in. Jos Buttler and Jason Roy will be a lot happier with their life than they will have been in the first 2 matches. Dead rubber this may be, but it's one England will want to win. That's high. I'm not sure he's got enough of that. It's gone high in the air. It probably is going to drop just over long off. And Bishnoi it was who went chasing back after it. It will get Jos Buttler 3. His heart will have been in his mouth because he absolutely did not connect with that.
Yeah,
but it does move him on to 18.
Underclubbed that by 1. So yeah, went with the 9-9, needed an 8. Changing the bowling, Tony. Avesh is.
Oh, it's Avesh Khan. They've switched it. Thank you very much for spotting that. Avesh Khan is indeed back into the attack. Right arm over, and Jason Roy was looking to hit the skin off that over square leg. He ended up getting an inside edge. Dineth Kartik actually is the man who's down there patrolling.
No inside edge. That's leg bias.
Oh, leg bias was it?
Yeah, it's come off his hip, his sort of his back hip, which is wrong-footed Rishabh Pant. Maybe should have stopped it. maybe being a bit hypercritical.
I think you're being a tad harsh, but it does bring 2 runs to the score for England. They move on to 31. None for 5 for Avesh Khan. What do you think the thinking is behind the change of ends then for Avesh Khan?
I think that all T20 captains dislike commentators and want to make life as complicated as possible with one over spells.
I won't take that personally in this particular instance, as onto the back foot goes Butler, just steers this to mid-wicket. There won't be a run on this occasion. 31 the score, no wickets in that wicket column just yet. Avesh Khan is bowling from the pavilion end now. You're absolutely right, he did originally open up from the Radcliffe Road end. Josh Butler will be desperate to get some runs. I mean, as we said during our introductory chat, it's far too early to be going, ooh, captaincy and batting is out. Oh, and he's edged onto his stumps, and I'm afraid Josh Butler isn't going to get more than the 18 already has. He didn't really move his feet. He was looking to steer through the offside inside edge onto his leg stump. He has to go. He's been bowled by Avesh Khan, and that change of ends seems to have done the trick. And Josh Butler, I'm afraid, doesn't have too many more to add to his wicket column, to his runs column.
Willow, weep for me. Willow, weep for me. Bend your branches.
Well, I think Khan might have held that slightly back, a slightly slower ball, but you know, it's in the fast food life that is T20 cricket. This is what you get sometimes. Sometimes that ball goes to the boundary, sometimes it gets you out. So it's, you know.
Well, and Rohit, who was immediately rushing over to give a big old hug to Avesh Khan, will feel the change of ends and the thinking, whatever thinking inspired it, clearly had done the job. It's always a good thing for a captain when something like that comes off for you. He will feel it did. Here's the new man at the crease.
Introducing the next generation David.
That's not my name. That's not my name. That's not my name. That's not my name.
David Milan, congratulations.
And again, that's an attempted big old hike by David Milan away to leg. He bottom edged it onto his toes, and Avesh Khan seems to have, I don't think, just a little bit of movement off the seam there as well, I think, Al, wasn't there?
No, I think it was a slightly slower ball, scrambled team. At that, you know, you're not really in control of how the ball operates once it is that you go scrambled team.
No, you just potluck, something will happen.
Yeah.
That's short.
Whoa.
And wide, would imagine that would be signalled as a wide by Martin Saggers. Yes, it is. It was wide of the leg stump. It was high. It was unreachable by the batsman, and it'll be one more to the score for England. 32 for 1. The one being captain Josh Butler, who we were just saying he'd be happy to have got a start. The world was just looking a little sunnier and rosier for him, and he immediately played on. Isn't that the way? It means the run rate has dropped a little bit. It was chugging along and rising to over 9. It's now just a shade over 8. We have one ball left to the fourth over. 32 for 1. India are pushing back a man to the leg side boundary, so someone else would have had to come in. Avesh is in. Slower ball. Now that was a slower ball that did fox Milan, who was looking to steer away into the offside, but it was a beautifully disguised slow ball. 79 miles an hour. Well bowled Avesh Khan. 32 for 1. 4 overs gone. Nestlers.
£254. It's the GPL, folks. Get on it. Roger Melly says, gee, this Bisnoy bloke is the first medium pace leggy I've ever seen. And Warren says, was that a modicum of jinx there, Tony?
Sort of. Yes, I think it may well have been, I'm afraid.
Fully fledged.
Fully fledged. Let's have a look. Oh no, it's gone up a bit. Well, it's 241 plus half a 2, so 241.
bowling change for you, sir?
It is a bowling change. It's going to be Ravi Jadeja into the attack. I was just looking at the GPL.
It's 254.
You have, is it the first 25 minutes for the GPL?
I
254.
don't know.
3:15 apparently is the time.
3:15 is your cut-off, so you've got another. That's what I meant. You've got another 25 minutes to jump on it. The two. Did you say? I'll give you the amount again in a minute. Oh, this one is launched by Jason Roy all the way down the ground for one of these. We were going to jingle up the bowler, but he was in pretty quickly, and Jason Roy said, well, I fancy a bit of that, and away it went right in front of that sight screen. Absolutely gorgeous lofted straight drive by him. Where is he? Where are you? I can't find him. There we go. Oh, he might be in the test one. Hang on, find him there maybe.
They're deliberately not finding the balls to give you time to play.
Yeah.
Well,
And it's
here he is. I've got him. They have indeed.
Who's that spinning on the field? Who's that done? Devious balls in my direction. Mama, this surely is a dream.
Now, you know, in the Amsterdam Forest in Amstelveen, you can understand the ball disappearing, but you wouldn't expect it to at Trent Bridge, would you? Especially as it hadn't gone out the ground or anything. I mean, I know it's not one of the largest playing surfaces, but it's certainly not one of the smallest. We're looking at an Indian gentleman with one of those umbrella hats on. In fact, there's a few of them in the crowd, not surprisingly, on a day as hot as today.
It's a warm day.
It is a
It feels like I've got the heating on in here.
Does it? You're not still sweating from your 25-mile Epping Forest hack?
Oh no, that's done, Tony. I'm back and I've showered. Don't worry.
If it's not a personal question, Nestlers,
I don't continue to sweat hours later.
No. I was going to ask, how much weight, if I may ask, have you actually lost? Because you're looking trim as hell.
I don't know.
You don't know. You've just been getting fit and not worrying about it.
I don't care. It's a side sort of
issue.
Side effect of what I'm recycling, isn't it?
Well, I guess
it's not the reason I'm doing it.
I guess it is. Well, it's obviously
he does it because he wants to be free.
I want to be free.
He wants to be free to do what he wants to do, and he wants to get
loaded.
I
want to have a good time.
He wants to have a party.
38 for 1. Jason Roy is facing Ravi Jadeja. Well, it was certainly a welcome to the game, Ravi Jadeja. 6 for his first one, but the second one is a dot ball because it's just steered towards point by Jason Roy. Jadeja in again, round the wicket, lofted a sort of a punch away through mid-wicket. A check drive, if you will, but it did the trick, and it was 4 runs to the score.
1, 2, 3, 4.
The cycling into London every day has a purpose.
Well, gets you to work, presumably.
Gets me to work and back, yeah.
Not sure I'd fancy cycling London. That was an interesting shot by Jason Royale. He didn't sort of full swing of the bat, was it? It guided it really. This one is slapped straight to one of the ring of 3. Backward point and cover, but even that the cover is sort of quite close to the man at point. Sorry, Al, we're just after this ball. That one is steered backward point, no run. You were saying
there was no mid wicket or deep mid wicket. So long as he steered it inside, or to the right of mid on, and he was
in comes Jadeja. Slapped to extra cover this time. Jason Roy will keep the strike. England will move on to 43 for 1, the 1 being Jos Buttler. And we will go to Nestlers, the Robin Hood of Epping Forest. What have you got
Warren
for us?
Says, are the jingles sorted using the Barry decimal situation?
Yes, I think you can safely say that it's not in any expected sequence, so you have to be on your toes.
I've always wanted to go in and sort a jingle machine out, because sometimes you look at it just doesn't make sense.
Everything has its place.
I haven't seen it for a couple of years, but I always used to look at it and think I could do with sitting down and just sorting this out, but I never did.
Well, Knackle used to sort them from time to time. Unfortunately, Knackle would edit them at the same time, and quite often we didn't tend to agree with some of his edits. I'm afraid. 43 for 1.
Changing the bowling again.
It is indeed. It's going to be Harshal Patel into the attack. Now you might think that would be alphabetical, might even be organised amongst the bowlers, but no, nothing that straightforward. Here he is there. Well, we'll wait until he's bowled. He's right arm over, and Roy just flicks him really to mid-wicket. They might try and come back for 2. No, says Dawid Malan. I want to keep the strike, and B, it would have been suicidal. Here's Harshal Patel.
The next guy up is Harshal Patel.
Harshal Patel, 17 matches, 21 wickets. Just goes at an average of about 8 and over, 8.5 and over really, so he's not the most economical, but certainly not the most expensive. He's just gone for a single off his first ball to Jason Roy. 22 for Roy. Malan's only faced 2 balls since he came in. Harshal bowling from the pavilion end. And he's going to be bowling to Dawid Malan. Wide, edged high and over deep backward point, and it will 2, 3, 4 bounces. Rather edgy but effective, and it's 4 for Dawid Malan. It's a very springy step, doesn't it?
Difficult to tell sometimes about that. Judging by the head movement, sometimes that's all that you've got is the head movement right towards the end, about whether it's edged or...
I think you can safely say, based on the way Malan was looking and where he ended up looking, that's not
it does that quick snap around. Like, where did that do?
Harshal Patel in. I mean, it's flicked back to him. I think it was on the bounce. He doesn't quite... he gets 2 hands to it, but it bursts through them. 74 miles an hour. He reminds me a little bit, Harshal Patel, of an antelope. If you watch his
that's
springy
a genuine
step.
chance, that. Tom.
It was a chance. Yes, it wasn't off the ground.
Well, put it this way: he's not going to be making Watford's first 11, is he? With goalkeeping skills like this.
I wouldn't necessarily bet against it. But there we go. You're absolutely right. It was really flicked back to him, and he got 2 hands to it. And like I said, it burst through them. I'd originally thought it was off the ground. It wasn't. This one is flicked away. That was also on the up, backward of square leg by Malan, and it's misfielded, which means they will comfortably take 2. 50 is up for England. So they're going closer to 9 again now. 8.82 with 2 balls left of the 6 over. 50 for 1. The 1 being Joss Butler, who went for 18. Jason Roy is on 22 from 20. Dawid Malan 6 from 5. It's better from England, but it's not blistering or express. It's not Somerset, let's put it that way.
Very few things ever will be.
Well, this is very true, as in comes the springy antelope, Harshal Patel, and that is again rather on the up from Malan. Virat Kohli is the man at extra cover who fields, and Malan looks a little relieved. Is he just that little bit slower, and is he holding it up?
He's holding it up.
Yeah, because it seems
he's bowling what, mid-70s?
Yeah, he is, and it's doing the trick, because that's 3 balls now. 1 that was a drop, 1 that was very up played towards backward square, and that one out towards extra cover, all very much played off the part of the bat that I think you can safely say is not what the batsman wanted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men in the ring on the offside. So this is waited for, and again it's a rather sort of a check pull shot, but towards mid-wicket gets Jason Roy a single. It's the end of the over. 6 completed. 52 for 1. England will have 1 more for this trio. Who am I letting in?
Colin.
The mighty Mr. Suter. Will he have his headphones today, we wonder?
I've just seen my mate on the side of the road in the Tour de France.
Yeah?
Yeah, on the telly. Yeah, Thomas. Brilliant. I knew he was there, but wow, didn't expect to see him.
Which stage of the tour have they got to then, listeners?
Stage 8?
Stage 9, is it?
8 or
Stage
9.
9.
Yeah. They're moving back from Switzerland back into France, aren't they?
Well, at the end of the power play, it's 52 for 1. As the umpire signals that the power play is complete. It's Ravi Bishnoi is going to continue from the Radcliffe Road end. He has a man on the 45, a square leg and a deep mid wicket on the leg side. Richard Pant up, of course. He's in. It's doesn't really turn that much, and it's cut by Jason Roy, and a misfield, much to the annoyance of Jadeja, whose fielding skills we were praising earlier, will mean one can be turned into two for England, and they'll be happy with that. I'm not sure that Ravi Bishnoi will be there. That pitch looks well, I suppose it's the wickets and the bowlers' run-ups where poor old Jadeja is fielding, which can't make it that easy. Reverse swept by Roy. That should go straight to a man who's out there at deep cover, and we'll just get him a single. It'll bring Dawid Malan onto strike, who's playing a very Malan innings, really. Watchful, not exactly express at the start. We know he has the ability to accelerate. 55 for 1 are England. Who's on with Colin?
You are.
Am I? What am I
think
doing?
so.
Oh, am I? Okay. I'm glad you seem to know far more than me.
Do you want me to find out?
No, I'm having a quick look now. You're absolutely right.
You're summarising.
Wide of the off stump, cut by Dawid Malan. Is it going to beat the man at cover? Oh, it is. It wasn't originally. It's Virat Kohli, who, not surprisingly, swears and curses at himself because he seemed to have saved that, but he kind of flicked it onto his own leg as he fell, and it was his knee that sent it into the cover boundary for one of these. Ravi Bishnoi in, driven sweetly but gently out to Virat Kohli, almost as if Dawid Malan was going, oh, never mind Virat, here, let me just roll one to you so you not cock this one up. Gets Malan a single.
I worry about Virat.
He's not, he's not been the force he has been recently.
No, I just worry about him as a human being.
That's an interesting thought. That's a big thought. You better get a summary of that in. Big shout from Bishnoi. I think that looked pretty close. No, says Martin Saggers. Bishnoi, are they going to have a review? I think they might, don't you?
I'd review that.
Chat with Rishabh Pant. Rohit comes in to join the conference. He's getting the counsel of Pant, and he's walking away, and it's looking like, no, don't waste it. Don't waste it.
I don't know. I'd want another look at that.
Well, we are. You're going to get. So talk us through it, Al. Tell us what you see.
Well, it is
pitched outside.
Well, he maybe pitching outside, hitting outside the line of off stump.
Yeah, that's I think what saved him, to be honest.
But it was hitting him. Well, he was down on one knee and it hit him just about the hip area. So, about the knee roll area. If he was.
Then comes the leg break of Bishnoi right on middle stump. Roy plays to back point. They run a smart single. I think they have just got home. The throw came in from Dinesh Karthik, who's grazing the outfield pastures today. It's like the Somme, bodies everywhere. But we shall see. 27 for Jason Roy, 12 for Malan. Did he make it safely home? Ooh, I'm not sure he did, Does Pant take it cleanly?
He's fine.
It wasn't, easy. I have to say. The throw from Dinesh Karthik into Pant was the sort of throw you might get from a wicketkeeper who had his gloves on, because it should have been a lot better than it was. It's the end of the over though. After 7, it's 61 for 1. Jason Roy 27, 12 for Milan will go to Nestlers, and Colin will then take up the story.
You won't go to Nestlers, you go to me.
Oh, we'll go to Messrs. Hello, Messrs.
Hello, how are you? Warren says, a jingle sorted by height and then inside leg measurement. And I've just tweeted the last call for the GPL, which closes in precisely 11 minutes, and the jackpot is currently at £259, which is
and there's also a wicket.
Definitely a record.
Sorry, Messi. Malik into ball over it, and a cut attempted by Jason Roy, going straight through to the keeper, thin edge taken, and he has to go for 27.
From 26, how Roy is that?
For a very Roy innings.
Another one bites the dust.
I think
The ball
that
was
is
short.
going to be out,
It was
Another
a
one
bit
bites the
wide.
dust.
The ball was short, a bit wide, very cuttable, but just didn't get over the top of it and claimed an outside edge straight through to the keeper. Quite an easy catch. How do you feel that went, Tony? Do you think he's had a very Jason Roy innings, or?
Well, 27 of 26. It's only a shade of a run of ball. I don't think he ever really got fully going. And as we often say, that was possibly just a bit too close to him to cut. And that shot, if he could really spear it in at the bottom, at the body, it gets a lot of wickets. And I'm afraid it's accounted for Jason Roy.
Well, that's not been a heavy series for him, has it?
No, he's not proven the big run scorer that he has normally.
No, I don't see any reason for him to stay on the team, to be honest.
I think
Bring Bairstow back.
if he can find his form again, then he's pretty destructive and normally ends up getting in, say, the team of the tournament kind of thing. But he's had a big spell lately of not actually performing. And the next manning is Philip Salt.
It is indeed. I can also tell you, just before I jingle him up, the GPL is at £260. So you do have GorillaCricket.com/competition. £260. You could
You'd
win,
be crazy not to
win
do
whatever's in the pot. All you've got to guess is the number of runs that are going to be scored in the entire match. Give it a go.
As Malik comes in over the wicket again, and it's full and driven straight back down the ground past the bowler for one of these.
And here's the man from Borrowee Dam.
Get up on there. So salt, yeah, Phil is here. Want you to push it good into the offside. Scores runs around the park. There's no way you can hide. Push it. So salt, yeah.
Some jingle as Malik comes in over the wicket and well wide and given wide by the umpire. There's no way he was going to ever get the levers on to actually connect with that ball. As we see a replay of Jason Roy's wicket, the ball moves just ever a fraction, just enough to take the outside edge of the bat.
It was actually a legitimate edge. He wasn't as close to him as I'd originally thought, so I can see why he's annoyed.
Malik hitting over the wicket, good length, and it's driven to mid-off, who's fumbled it a little bit and managed to allow the batsman to come through for a quick single. A little bit of bully, won't they? But in the end, getting that quick signal. That wide was nearly a wide in Test cricket, I would have said. The previous ball, it was that wide. He's managed to hit that drive. It's a bit airy, only dropping from the mid-off for about, I'd say, 2 or 3 metres in front, which will really excite India and the chances of catching on. Davin Milan just doing a bit of gardening to the pitch, thinking there is some demons in there. As Malik comes in round the wicket this time. Back of the length, good ball. Cut down by Milan to a backwards gully kind of fielder for no run. 67 for 2. Did I hear it's someone else's birthday today, Tony?
Possibly. A player or one of us?
Oh, one of us.
I don't know. Did I miss something?
I was driving in the car and I should have heard it. Anyway, Malik coming in round the wicket. Pulls it short and dispatched easily by Milan, who just pulls around to forward of square leg for 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, he got hold of that
getting right
superbly.
on top of that ball very well.
Yeah, just short enough for him, in his wheelhouse. And
the short ball didn't prove to be quite fast. It sort of just bogged down in the pitch and became quite easy for him to pull it and slap it round. We've got one more ball left in the over. Malik around the wicket to Milan. Full, and it's just padded down, blocked down to a short cover fielder for no run. It's 71 for 2. Messi.
So Warren says, stupid question, are the T20s against South Africa? It's not a stupid question at all, Warren. It's a good question. There are indeed. So what we've got after this is 3 ODIs against India, then 3 ODIs against South Africa, then 3 T20s against South Africa, and then 3 Test matches against South Africa.
There's a short interlude, is it? A couple of weeks, or at least 10 days, I think, between
from the beginning of August till about while the 16.4 is on. Yeah.
Oh Lord, yeah, I forgot about that. I think I've managed to go away for that.
Good choice. And Pokey Bungfinger's got a request of you, Tony.
Yes.
He regards you as a jinx and says, would you please just talk about Indian players?
Bowling now is Ravinder Jadeja. Comes over the wicket. Somehow manages to spoon one up onto the onside. He looked to play it off his legs, but sort of hit it round to a near in between mid wicket and mid on. Gets very fortunate and managed to get through for a quick single. But that was Jadeja would really like that, seeing how far that he spooned that up in the air. Must have been an inside edge. I'll wait to see the
my pepper in the blast this week. Phil Salt.
Jadeja and leg side on Milan, who is just slog swept that back of square leg all the way to the back tier of the stands for one of these. That wasn't a very good ball. He's put that right on leg side. Easy pickings for Milan just to heave it right over.
Yeah, again,
last call. GPL is £263 with 3 minutes left.
Yeah,
£263.
Can we get it? Can we get it to 270 in the last 3 minutes? We'll have a look at what the sort of the range is as well in a minute once we've seen that.
It ranges from 298 through to 419.
Wow, 419.
So England are scoring at 9.3 and over so far. Reasonable expectation of a final score. What do you reckon? About 180 they're heading for?
Yeah. If they can keep in, then normally it accelerates near the end. So you could say anywhere between 170 to 200. I know that's quite a big gap, but that's where I reckon this final score is going to go. As the umpires come on with a box of balls, this time not for the kinky handcuffs, the kinky cricket handcuffs, but they've lost the ball.
Again, that's almost the second time that's happened.
Jadeja comes round the wicket this time and flirting on that wide line, which doesn't get called, and it goes through the keeper for no run. Round the wicket again, this time driven by Milan all the way down to a deep fielder on the offside, a deep coverage fielder, and they get through for 1 run. Moved on to 80 for 2.
I did hear a story this week. I can't remember, as an umpire who confessed that occasionally I'll wait for
Jadeja and cuts very urgently, and the backwards point kind of fielder, it just drops and falls in short of him by maybe 1 or 2 meters. There's a ball a bit quicker, a bit closer to the body, not very cuttable, but he still went for it. I think they got through. They got through for 1 run as well. Jadeja in over the wicket, driven to a deep cover fielder for a centred 1 single. Ended the over 82 for 2. Sorry, Tony. Let me go.
Well, no, I'll very quickly finish that story. That occasionally umpires might pull out the handcuffs that are used to measure balls in women's cricket, if they think that a bowler is just taking the piss by constantly asking them for a ball to be changed. Obviously, the smaller one, the ball would never go through, and they go, there you go, what's your problem? As Jason enters the building, and we can go to message.
We have a lovely message from Annie Chave, who's not been well. She's listening to my lovely friends from Guerrilla Cricket in the garden with my very swollen feet up. Love you guys. And a very great big laugh heart. Well, Annie, we hope you're enjoying it. I really, really hope you enjoyed Somerset's absolutely amazing win.
That was mad.
What did they make? 268, something like that, and won by 180 runs, which was pretty good. Of course,
that
Peter Siddle.
265 they made.
Hope you get better very soon, Annie, because we want you back on air with us.
Harsha Patel comes in for a new spell, and it's on the pads, and it's been flicked onto mid-on, who's very deep in the field, and it's just fallen short of them. They scamper through for 1-1.
Yeah, it's Jadeja who was down there, and I have to say, I think he was a little bit back on his heels, wasn't he? Because a couple of
very
forward
deep
paces
as well.
might have given him a chance, I reckon.
Like that, it shouldn't be that deep for the ninth over. Fair enough if Salt's smashing it all over the place, but he's only on 8 runs. Why have they got him so deep? A bit strange. You want to give a drink? Harsha Patel over the wicket, going down leg side, is clipped over to the sort of backward square deep fielder for 1-1. Do you want to give a jingle for Patel?
Well, we don't normally because he's a returning bowler. Therefore,
okay, fair enough. I wasn't sure in T20 it's been
otherwise you'd literally just be basically being DJ Tony Tone, and there'd be no crickets. We tend to have a rule that we just say we'll just jingle a player up the first time, not when
fair
he's
enough.
back during a 4-ball spell anyway.
Patel in over the wicket, full toss and straight through as Phil Salt goes for a massive heave onto the leg side and misses a full donger straight onto the stumps, and it's a goner for 8 off of 6 deliveries. 84 for 3 England.
Dear oh dear oh dear.
Got him! Why did he do that? Unbelievable!
Well, I think he did it
Patel
quite deliberately.
Patel a little bit of due there. The ball, he looked to do a slow ball kind of cutter as he rolls his fingers down, but it's still full, and the batsman hits the very base of the stumps. Still a decent-ish ball for 2020, but you would expect the batsman to get hold of that at some point. Messi, do you want to give us some?
So, Neymar Butland says, here's a stupid question. Is T20 called that because it's 20 overs and no T? Well, apparently the T stands for 20, which seems a bit redundant, really.
Yeah.
And Jeff Perkins says, what's wrong with DJ Tony Tone and no cricket?
Well, that's very kind of Jeff to say that, but I think people probably tune in more for the cricket than for my my disc spinning skills.
I can also tell you that the GPL is closed on £263 with 44 entries from 10 different participants today. So it's going to be enthralling to follow as we get through towards the end of the second innings.
Yeah, especially at that price. You'd be mad not to actually apply or to go in with the competition for that. £250. Imagine that for your single solitary £1. You'll never get that at the bookies. Well, you might get that at the bookies, but you'd have to.
You wouldn't have anything like as much fun.
Yeah.
No, that's the thing, isn't it? It's a roller coaster of excitement.
Remember, it's not a gambling game; it's a game of skill.
That's what we see in the crowd. Ravi Shastri talking to MS Dhoni.
He's everywhere, isn't he?
Shastri, I always think he's wearing a bit of guiling there.
Are they're having a drinks break, are they?
It might just be the Liam Williams thing coming out a long time, as he is the new batsman coming in. Tony, if you'd like to give him his jingle.
I will do. It is Liam Livingston, we presume, and I'll just find him.
Harsha Patel bowls over the wicket, and Liam Livingston comes down the track first ball and just guides it to leg side onto the square leg fielder for 1 run.
Here is the doctor.
I am Liam Livingston, I play for the Lightning. My one day
is blue, but for the test it's white.
One of my favourite jingles there for Liam Livingston as Harsha Patel in over the wicket on the leg stump, and it just padded block down to Milan, who scampers through for the quick single because there's no short fielder on the leg side to.
This has been frustrating for England because it just as they look like they might be taking the foot off the accelerator, they've lost a wicket at key moments, and it's just hauled them back in again, hasn't it? Which I guess is the name of the game if you are the bowling side, and India have done it well.
You'd say they still have the firepower to go mental at some point, but sooner or later that's going to start dwindling as Patel sees Liam Livingston coming down the wicket, and he just bowls it a little bit shorter and goes through to the keeper for no run. And it's 86 for 3 after 10 overs.
That was excellent. It was very good bowling because Livingston ducked under it, but he wasn't actually that much under it when it went through in the end.
That wasn't even a jingle. That was just Tony saying bounce. There you go, Mitchell. Sorry.
Neymar Butlins is in a Tony Bishop sort of mood. He says, man walks into a bar and orders a double entendre. The bar girl says, don't worry, sir, I'll give you one. I'll get me coat.
Very good. Very good.
Dear. And Peggy Bumfinger says, still the best batting this series for England. That's not very hard, though, is it, Peggy?
Yeah, England's been very abject in the first 2 games that I've watched. I didn't think... I've missed so much T20 this year. I missed all of the IPL.
Well, you did miss a lot. I cannot remember a single game from the IPL, and I watched most of it.
As Bishnoi comes in over the wicket, wide of the stumps, and taken through to the keeper for no run. Sorry, what are you saying, Messi?
I can't remember a single game from the IPL. I can't even tell you who won, but I watched most of it.
One of the new franchises, the Titans, wasn't it?
That's right. Yeah.
Bishnoi again, and it's another. Legitimate wider ball, and it's just gone straight through the keeper. As Liam Livingston's not played with any foot movement whatsoever and not really picked it. Tried to cut it for nothing.
It's well bowled.
This time Milan is actually connected with it, but I can't tell who the fielder is on the boundary. Has managed to come round and cut it off for 2 runs for Milan. As I say, not Liam Livingston. Axar Patel, thank you. My feed just kind of broke up and blocky images just as he got. Bishnoi, it kind of feels like he's bowling. He doesn't actually have any bones in his body. On the stumps, and Milan comes across his wicket and sort of slog heaves it with a scoop all the way down to backward square leg for one of these. How did that bounce? That actually looked at my feed like it went all the way. Oh, and it's a free hit as well. I think he indicated waist high there. But
really? Yeah, he did.
Keep talking amongst yourselves. We've lost one of the monitors, which tends to go from time to time. I have to do some jiggling.
Bishnoi with a free hit, bowls wide of the stumps. Milan tries to chase it, to drag it onto the onside still. Quite weirdly, they managed to scamper through for 1 run. But yeah, I'm sure he indicated
to the listeners that he did. That the monitors are the people we have in Gorilla Towers to keep an eye on Tony because he can't be trusted.
Security cameras, it's more.
Yeah.
Bishnoi comes in over the wicket to Liam Livingston of a good length. Liam Livingston plays it off his legs to forward of square for 1 run.
It's alright.
Now moves on to 2 off of 3 balls. Milan 34 off of 22.
I've managed to apply the technical advice given to us by our head of production, which is just jiggle that fucking wire at the back. And it seems to have done the trick.
Bishnoi in for the last of his over, wide of the crease, and it's been has been heaved onto the onside. It's been Patel again sweeping round the boundary, who's managed to get it, but they've managed to scamper through for 2 runs, I believe, for Milan. There was a faint.
No, it was 3, I think.
Was it 3?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because it's end of the over, it's moved over. Yeah. They kind of half looked like there might be a chance of a run out, but the Bishnoi decides to take the ball in front of the stumps rather than behind the stumps, and gets a bit confused that he's not managing it. End of the over, 98 for 3 after 11 overs. Run rate 8.9.
Milan really doesn't believe in using his feet when he. It just annoys me that he doesn't use his feet. Sorry. Neymar Batlin says Warren says the quality of the short form is inversely proportional to the quality of the long form. Yeah, it certainly is at the moment. Neymar Batlin says, I know that winning the IPL gets you more than 285 quid, but does it feel as good as winning cash off disgruntled gorillas?
No, we're delighted if people win. That's not true. We're absolutely thrilled if people win.
Well, Bear isn't.
Well, you know, if you win, you're dead to us. That is the rules. Jadeja for his next spell, round the wicket and very wide of the stumps, and slapped through the cover fielder for one of these.
There's not one ball for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
And that was a very rank ball from Jadeja for his opener. Shortish, held that wide, easy cuttable, even if you don't move. Oh, he moved his feet a little bit. It had a little bit of a started car without a choke. He wasn't quite sure, but he got there. Jadeja in, round to the wicket, on the stumps, heaved on the leg side by Milan, picked up very easily into the crowd midway for 6 runs.
It's a 6. It's beautiful and it's mine.
Yeah, 10 off 2. It looks like they've got Jadeja as their marked man.
Jadeja in round to the wicket, and it's been slapped through the cover fielder for 1 run on the deep cover boundary fielder. He picks it up. Yeah, I was wondering to myself, is Milan going to start accelerating? And he's answered it with definitely with that 6.
I don't think he's going to do a Matty McKiernan though, is Jadeja.
Jadeja in over the wicket this time to Liam Livingston, who cuts it to the deep point fielder for 1 run. Yep. As England move on to 110 for 3. Livingston only still on 3 but only faced 4 balls. Milan on 48 from 26. Will he get his 50? So I take a break to drink my beer. Jadeja 34 for no wicket after 2.4. The run rate is still up there. This is going to be Jadeja in round to the wicket, wide of the stumps, and Milan tries to do a reverse sweep while still standing very upright. Doesn't get near it. 3 to the keeper. And again, very quickly, Milan straight at the stumps. Milan's heaved it onto the leg side, but only just for 1 run, as it's short of the fielder at a cow region. And that's 1-1-1 for 3 after the 12th over.
God, Jadeja certainly gets thrown over quickly, doesn't he?
I know.
Our very own Pawn Box with us, he says, Colin looking for a bone, click here. It's very quiet on Twitter today, actually, and even on YouTube. There's a discussion going on YouTube between Ravi and Becky.
Just about.
So those of you who may not be aware of it, you're also very welcome to support us by becoming patrons, which you can do at patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket. and at anything from $2 a month through to $10 or more if you wish to.
Cracking episode of the Bishop and Bear this week. We had the lads from
I
What a
haven't
Player
had a
on.
chance to listen to that yet.
Yeah.
Who did you have?
We had the two lads from the What a Player, our
I bet that was fun.
friends. Yeah, no, it was a very lively discussion.
As Malik comes in around the wicket and forgets the ball and just decides, you know what, I'm not going to do this, and gives up his run up to go back and start all over again. What I might do is I might say over on YouTube, just say hello to some of the participants: Khan Tanvir, Surab Kumar, Ravi Kumar Srivastra, and Cookie Bumfinger. This time Malik comes round the wicket and goes through with the ball straight through to the keeper as he goes to York. Milan, who tries to cut in but doesn't get anything on the ball. And it's still 1-1-1 for 3. Who's all on one leg?
And it's 1-1 at Wimbledon, one set all.
Ooh, exciting.
One set all. Ooh. Who are you for, Messi? Are you a pro?
Oh, I've sort of got to go for Kyrgios because I don't like Djokovic anyhow because he's an idiot.
As Malik comes in round to the wicket and Milan drives it through the cover side, and the Harsha Patel comes round and manages to keep it to 2, and Milan now on 51.
Yep.
Well done.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I think Djokovic is an amazing tennis player, but some of the stuff he's done in the last 2 years is pretty reprehensible.
Well done, Dad Milan.
Yeah.
50-50-50.
Oh.
Pretty nifty on a bowler's pitch.
Which it wasn't.
Malik round to the wicket, short of a length, and it's slapped through the onside by David Milan, who goes slog mode and manages to get 4 through It was a full distasteful shot there from David Milan. Love to see it. I always used to say that it was a full Kevin Peterson shot. That was a kind of one I always remembered him playing.
Don't say KP though, because if Annie's listening in her garden, you'll just upset her. We don't want to.
I know. I should just swear instead. I'll just say that quote to Kevin Pearson. As Malik in round to the wicket, more full, and Milan is.
Whoa!
Oh, I wasn't sure at first. He has guided it over the point fielder, and it's gone all the way for 6.
You came out of your hand and into my zone. Now it's up in the stands. It's a 6. It's beautiful and it's mine.
That shot was very weird because it's quite wide of the stumps. He's gone back in his crease first, not really moved his feet, and just sort of cover drived it square.
Drive, really, yeah. Perfect shot.
Malik round to the wicket. He's gone for the heave again, but along the ground as he's mistimed it, and mid-off comes through, collects it, and they only take a single this time.
We're due a change after this ball.
We are indeed. Jason is looking trim. Fresh from his 4th 11 game for Woodmansterne yesterday. How'd you get on, Jason? Did you win? Apparently not. They came second from the signal I'm getting. Was it a thumping coming second, or is it, it could have been close? It was a borderline thumping. That's my interpretation of Jason's body language.
Borderline thumping.
Yes.
It's Malik in over the wicket.
Oh!
And it was pulled by Livingston to the backward square fielder on the boundary, and sort of collects it in front of his body, but still manages to juggle it over his shoulder and scamper through for a second run, I believe. And that ends the over and ends my spell.
We'll see you later.
Give over to Tony. To Jason. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. And what a lovely day it is.
It certainly is. How are we all?
Hot and sweaty, but not as hot and sweaty as I was yesterday.
Well, that in itself,
sweaty, but I had a shower.
Begs questions, but we'll come to those.
I've got a nice cup of tea now. I'm feeling quite happy.
Nothing cools you down like a lovely cup of tea.
It works, doesn't it?
It does. I did treat myself to a cappuccino on the way over here in Crystal Palace, for exactly that purpose, to quench the thirst. And
I just find the tea works better than coffee when it's...
Yeah, but I don't like the tannin, unfortunately.
It's going to be Avesh Khan who's going to bowl over number 14, and that is hoisted by Liam Livingston, and it's still in the air for those of you scoring at home. That is a huge 6.
I believe in miracles. Since you came to bat, you 6 thing, you 6 thing. I believe in miracles. Since you came out to bat, you 6 thing.
That was just launched into the stand, wasn't it?
That was the full Livingston swipe, which is, I think they've done bowled quite well to him because they bowled short, and therefore he's not allowed to do his big booming drive over everywhere.
It's 31 degrees in Nottingham at the moment, we've been told. Yes.
I thought 26 was warm enough in London.
31.2. Wow.
Oh, and we've got a new ball because that one has hit some concrete, obviously. Or just because it's time to change the ball.
It might be that it's just out the ground. So, Avesh Khan, what will you do? Will you take pace off the ball? It seems to have been the recipe for success. It's in the Livingston hitting zone again. This one's gone finer behind square. It will stay in the ground. Fielded just on the boundary, but Livingston will scamper back for 2.
Yeah, he just kind of sclaffed that a little bit. He didn't quite get all of it, so it was just 50% of the power into the shot, but still 100% bat speed.
He's an interesting recipe, is Livingston, in terms of bat speed. Quite how he's able to generate it is a sight to behold. As that is a Yorker length delivery inside, edged onto his own leg by Livingston. And there'll be no run as he
looks at his bottom of his bat, thinking I've done some terminal damage to it.
Surprised he doesn't do terminal damage to the middle of the bat if he gets hold of it. I'd imagine the sound of a ball coming off the middle of Livingston's bat, if he really gets hold of it, must sound different. That is wider outside the off stump, and Livingston shows that he has a offside repertoire as well, although he's hit it almost too well. It's gone like an absolute exocet in front of square, but it's only going to be a single. Livingston is motioning to the boundary, to the dressing room for a new bat. This one is broken.
Still went pretty well for a broken bat.
It went like an... It did go at some degree of not...
It's been nice to be a professional sportsman, just to have people running with new equipment all the time. I'm always jealous of the blokes on the pro cycling. They just change bikes, and tennis players get like 6 rackets restrung after every match and things like that.
And the order of precedence, which means that if you're the domestique and your leader gets
you give your bike up.
You give your bike up, and that's you done until they can get a ball back to you.
Milan has edged this, and it's gone high in the air, and it's looped over the fielder at the edge of the circle, behind square, with a big, thick, loopy outside edge.
There was a hilarious incident the other day in the tour where a guy did that, and he got his teammate's bike, but his teammate is about 6'5", and he was about 5'8", and he tried to ride off with the saddle, and his legs literally couldn't reach the pedals.
It's not going to work. Not going to work. Not going to work.
I'm still remembering Chris Froome running up Alpe d'Huez because he couldn't.
Last ball, and Milan is going to check swing this, and it's gone hard, beautifully timed. It's someone there at deep mid wicket, but it doesn't really matter, and that's 6 of your runs. 16, 17 off the over there. He's beautiful timing.
Yeah, because that's right off the bottom of the bat. I know the bats nowadays have put a lot more of the meat at the bottom of the bat than they used to, for precisely that reason. But that's cleared the fielder by 3 feet.
Good couple of feet, yeah. He jumped to make it interesting, but still. 142 for 3 at the end of the 14th over. Nestle boy, what have we got by way of the media of social?
Barong is telling us that it's 8:40 p.m. where he is, and it's 32.5 degrees centigrade. Heat index 38 degrees centigrade.
That is ridiculous.
The trouble is, Barong, is like, when it gets to about 21 degrees in England, everyone panics and melts and everything stops working. So,
or if you're a proper bloke, hedge. You take off the top immediately and go pink in about 4 minutes. Speaking of which, man on the Jadeja's going to bowl wide and back of a length. Livingston's going to cut the ball, but there's a deep cover, and there'll just be a single. Run rate's now at 10. So 200 is on the cards, I guess.
Well,
I don't really want to talk about it too much.
No, I don't either. But I think that's a good plan for Jadeja to bowl that line and length to Livingston, because he's having to do all the work and put all the pace on the ball himself. And they're quite I'm presuming that's to the long boundary that side.
No, we're about to find out, as Jadeja's going to bowl to Milan. Milan's gone high and straight, and that's 6. It's a massive 6. Threaten the cameraman, that one.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Well, Jadeja doesn't threaten to spin the ball at the best of times, so just boink on length and a long way back. A long way back.
I've got a triv question for you. You've reminded me of something, and also something's just happened in the stands, and someone has been ejected from centre court, but no one knows quite what it was.
It's either going to be abuse or one up a sign. Fight in centre court.
Thought that would be Kyrgios rather than anybody in the ground.
That is again back of the length. Milan goes straight, but this time all along the ground. There is a long off in place, and now Milan signals that his bat is broken and requires fixing.
And the trivia thing is, I don't know if it's the only sporting venue where you're not allowed to take your shirt off, and that's Wimbledon.
The wide ball outside off stump. It's been classified as a wide. Livingston swung and missed at it, but it's been classed as being too wide by the umpire. And Livingston. Livingston went premeditated reverse sweep, and Jadeja backed out of the delivery. Just forgot to let go of the ball there. A bit of playing counterplay, as that one is not drivable, but not cuttable, and in the end not hittable by Livingston. Swing and a miss there. And it all remains at 1-5, 1 for 3. Jadeja in quickly about his business, and Livingston isn't really moving his feet, and Jadeja pulled that one back a bit in terms of length. And it didn't seem to be too much wider than the wide ball that got called a wide before, but not called a wide this time. There's one ball left of the over. And that one has been finally hit by Livingston, but only to deep cover. Single, he'll retain the strike. He's on 15, Milan's on 77, and England are 1-5, 2 for 3.
So, yes. At Wimbledon in the upper tier, a man starts shouting on the gangway next to an entrance and is quickly bundled out by a couple of others. All three almost fall backwards into the row behind them. This will be quite funny to watch this. Kyrgios peers up to see what is going on and just cracks on. Wimbledon's the only venue I know of where you're not, men are obviously women, I suppose.
I'd imagine at Royal Ascot you're not allowed to take your shirt off in the Royal Enclosure.
It's the most violent sporting venue in the country, isn't it?
Royal Ascot.
When they get pissed and they just start massive fights.
But I'm not entirely sure that they're allowed to take their shirt off.
Well,
which was your question, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'd be surprised. I don't know. Yeah, it's always been a thing. No matter how hot it is, you're not allowed to remove your shirt.
I'm fairly sure that there's quite a lot of places where there's ground regulations to eject you if you remove your Your top.
I don't know. Where? No football grounds.
Lords.
No cricket grounds.
Lords.
Outdoors.
I don't
Outdoors later on this week.
I don't think there's any restrictions of
Yeah,
what
I
you
know,
can
there's
and
no-
can't do
yeah,
on
yeah.
outdoors.
Yeah, the most difficult thing to do on outdoors is ride your bike. Harshall's going to come into the attack, and that is back of the length, and Livingston really should have climbed into that, but he's hit it with his leading edge, and in the end it's gone to, well, long on, and they've scampered 3 for 2. So made lemons out of, lemonade out of the lemons of that particular delivery.
Yeah, probably Lords, actually, thinking about it.
Well, there's always loads of military people wandering around Lords, so you get bundled out in fairly short order, I'd imagine.
Well, I've seen fights at Lords. I've seen a lot of pissed people there.
Marshall in, slower ball, and it's a good Yorker length delivery, and too good for Livingston, but unfortunately just missing his off stump, and that'll be through to the keeper and no run. He's got that. He's got that.
Oh, sorry.
That's going to say second time he's done that ball now. It was too good for Phil Salt, and it's almost been too good for Liam Livingston. He's got good deception.
Pawnbot wonders, has Tony Bishop been pulled off in the raw box?
Pulled off in the green.
Ugh.
And with that resounding silence, Harshall is in. It's a
Goodbye.
full toss on to the leg stump for Livingston, and Livingston has tried to kill the DJ by hitting it into the ice cream truck that is the DJ shed, and that's gone hard and flat and gone for 6.
Has that gone into the confectionery standard out again?
And it's a pretty piss poor effort bet by Harshall. And he can't bowl there to Livingston. Can't bowl anywhere to Livingston. Harshall in again, and that is a repeat of the delivery, a repeat of the shot, and a repeat of the number of runs. 6 of your runs.
Oh, I say, champ, give me any lip.
And that one, I think, has gone on into a thin slither of Nottinghamshire in between the two stands, and we might be a while before we get that ball back.
So, Neymar Butlin says that bloke at Wimbledon could say, I was at centre court when he's at the central law courts. Get it?
Yes. Yeah. And it is precisely for the fact that you were at centre court that is the reason you're here.
You're definitely not allowed to pull a rickshaw topless, says Farong. Riots would commence.
Would they?
Yeah. But Farong's in, where is Farong? Is he in Bangladesh?
Yeah, well, Sri Lanka's where there's riots.
Oh, it's the attaché case of mystery balls.
Do you want to buy a ball?
I'm fascinated by this whole procedure.
Do you know what? All they need for day-night games, you know the way in Lane Pulp Fiction when they open the briefcase and just glow gold. That's all they need now.
Well,
so, whilst they peruse some new ball to be handed to Harshall. 166 for 3 is the total. 2 balls left of the 16th over. That is back of the length, but a slower delivery. Livingston is through the shot too early, but can't take the ball cleanly, and they're going to run through for a bye. And that's going to bring Milan on to strike.
He hasn't had much of a strike recently, Milan. He's had to watch while Livingston's monstered the ball to all parts this over.
He's been an able spectator for a while. Milan's just counting the fielders. Yes.
I think the only fielders that matter in his mind are the 20-odd thousand in the stands.
Well, so it would appear. Milan 77 off 37 delivery. Took a while to get going, but once he's got into his stride, he's been relatively decent as Harshall is in, and that is on his legs, and he's not able to go through with the shot. There was an attempt at a run out there.
Well, Livingston's given it the full dive, but I think if he'd hit, that was gone. Because Harshall gave it the full beans on the throw as well, because it was obviously being backed up.
If you're not, I was going to say, if you're not backing up there. So Harshall is give it the plenty. Yeah, he would have been out, but unfortunately, there's 3 stumps and Harshall has missed them all.
It's a bad miss, actually.
Oh, that's a bad miss.
That's a very bad miss.
He's not.
Come on, I mean, you can hit that. Flip it out, mate. I'm just getting worried now about the GPL.
How come?
Well, because I'm in it.
What'd you go for?
I can't remember.
What use is that?
I don't want it, but it's on the thing. It's on the list, I suppose.
Is it on the list?
I will sucked Messi Jez. I just went one behind Messi Jez's one, apart from one.
That is, Livingston is having trouble with the ball that he can't cart to leg. He's tried to cut this one from Bishnoi, and he's been unable to make contact with the ball.
It's the first time I've seen Bishnoi. Does he exclusively bowl googlies, pretty much? That's all I've seen come out of his hand so far.
Well, seems very much a T20 thing, doesn't it, really, to bowl the wrong and all the time to stop ball. That is, down the leg side, Livingston comes down the track, can't make contact with a weak to leg, and the upshot of all of the fielding is that there'll be a leg by. I just wish he had some intermediate gears, Livingston. You know what I mean? It's all great if it goes 50 yards back into the stand, but not every ball can go 50 yards back into the stand.
Yeah, the adjustment shot where you realise you're not quite there and you just need to work it into a hole for 1 or 2.
Just doesn't seem to have it in his repertoire. And as a result, he's 29 off 20. Milan takes a step, and this is taking the top edge, and this has not got the distance, ladies and gentlemen.
It's not gone.
And it's been caught by Pant, and Milan's innings is over. And Pant had to move half a step.
Yeah,
it's been caught just outside the off stump. The ball went an absolute mile in the air, and Milan's innings is at an end for 77 decent innings, but that's gone literally straight up in the air.
The crowd says you're out.
I used to hate those ones as a wicketkeeper, though.
Yeah, Pant's taking it really quite casually, isn't it?
Not because they're difficult. It's just if you do drop it, you look like such a pillock.
That is true. Trent Bridge partially rises to its feet to meet David Milan's fine innings, 77 off 39 balls. And in steps Moeen Ali.
Our bed shouldn't touch. Move over, AMLO. I like it too much. Move over, AMLO. You're one hairy dish. I love unconditionally. It's Moeen Ali.
So 168 for 4 is your total. Moeen eventually coming to the creek.
He's not had a bad series actually. He's got 2 decent scores and bowled quite well in the 2 games so far, despite being on the losing side.
This is back of the length, and Livingston has heaved it, but not timed it to deep square leg, and that's going to be a single for all of that effort.
Yeah. He really is putting in a massive amount of effort to not time the ball. He's almost swinging himself off his feet.
We've got an offer from Farong, or he's put an offer into Duke, the cricket ball maker, which I'll tell you about after this ball.
So Ali will face his first delivery. And again, Ali doesn't move his feet. It's an outside edge, and that's going to be out.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? No!
No footwork. Tried to cart it to leg. Outside edge.
Bye-bye.
Backward point. Goodbye.
So, Farong says if Duke's having problems with the leather being used to make balls, tell them to look him up. 30 square foot of cowhide was being bought for £9. 20 to 22 square foot of hide was being bought for £6. And goat hides are very cheap at 10 to 20 pence.
Right.
That seems quite a bargain. I might put in an offer.
Well, what are you going to do? Are you going to make your own cricket ball?
I don't know. It just seems cheap. You know.
I understand it seeming cheap, but you really should have an idea about what you want to do with it.
Yeah. But then there's the import duties and the postage, and it'll probably smell a bit, wouldn't it? And I have no idea what I'd do with it.
The best thing you can say about Moeen's brief stay at the crease was that it was brief. He didn't waste any balls. And we have.
Well, they managed to cross over, and we got the last ball of the 70th coming. And that has been cut away by Livingston, but he can't beat Jadeja at a backward point. So that's going to be a dot ball to end. And after the end of 17 overs, England are 169 for 5, Jess.
Hombre Nuevo also was getting worried about the GPL, that he'd gone too low, and voiced my concerns to Mrs. Hombre. She then reminded me not to underestimate England's ability to collapse.
Yeah.
Wise woman.
A wise woman.
You've married well there, Hombre.
Yeah. 2 things must ye know of the wise woman.
What's going on in the tennis? 3-all in the third. 1 set all.
And meanwhile, in this match, this man is about to face.
Want to jingle up Harry Brook as well?
That was
He's
Harry
going to
Brook.
be on you. Oh, sorry. It's going to be Avash Khan who's going to bowl. Sorry, I thought you were jingling up the bowl. But Harry Brook, the man who would be Johnny Bairstow, is back of a length, and that has been pulled away. Deep square leg is behind square, and that's gone through deep square leg, and that's gone for 4 runs. It's almost like a trivia thing, that, isn't it? Because it at the beginning of the summer, it's like, well, do you bring in Brook and do you get rid of Bairstow? And now it's like Harry who?
What a difference a couple of weeks makes to people's
and also
perceptions.
the form of your life. 173 for 5 is England's total. Avash Khan is in, and Harry Brook goes for. I don't know how to describe this. He goes for a ramp shot, and Avash Khan seems incoming and bowls it full outside off stump. So Harry Brook improvises like a late dab cut, French, like you're playing French cricket, for 4 runs, and it's a no ball, and it's a free hit.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Well, that was expensive, Mr. Avash Khan.
Well, yeah, it was all very weird, wasn't it? It's amazing that it all happened outside off stump. Free hit, and the free hit has been hoisted towards deep square leg, and that's been caught by Jadeja at deep mid wicket.
And a very dismissive and disappointed throw back to the keeper.
Yeah. Now the upshot of it is that that's gone for 2. So 2 runs off that free hit, which got caught. That was pretty weird, I have to admit. So Harry Brook will retain the strike. He's on 10 of 3 deliveries. England up to 180. Avash Khan in again. A slower ball, hit through mid-wicket conventionally. They're going to look for 2, and they're going to take on Jadeja's arm, and they will do.
That's not Jadeja, that one's throwing right-handed.
Yeah, as I thought, I just didn't see the change.
I think Jadeja would have been a lot closer to the, a lot quicker to the ball as well.
And the ball would have been a lot quicker in. That's why I was going, they're going for 2. That's going to be risky. Jadeja was somewhere else. Obviously placed there at deep mid-wicket for the free hit only. So Brock will stay on the strike. He's on 12. Ravesh Khan in. Back of the length. Straight hit with a cross bat down to long on.
Yeah.
Single taken.
We've worked out who it was. It was Surikuma Udav in the previous ball.
Yeah.
Because he fielded the same ball this time.
Yeah. Oh, hit me. Don't get COVID, folks.
Have you got COVID now?
I've had COVID.
Oh, this is the remnants.
Yeah, this is me after a negative test.
Oof.
Yeah, Livingston will take strike. He's on 30. That is wide outside the off stump, and Livingston has got down on one knee and driven this, and it's gone like an absolute exocet into the stand for 6 runs. It's amazing what you can do both sides of the wicket when you get to the shot.
Smaximum.
But Jason, didn't it look like he didn't try to hit the ball too hard, and as a result the ball's gone way harder?
Yeah, he kept his shape. He had a good base and he kept his shape quite well for that, which is why he's got most of the power transferred into the ball.
Now he's back of the length, and he's gone to pull. He's nearly pulled both his arms out of his socket trying to pull this behind square on the leg side, and it's dribbled onto the 45 for a single. And that's 18 overs in the books, and England are at 190. Ravesh Khan's 4 overs are done.
Talking of illnesses, just a heads up to our very own Annie, who hasn't been well, I think.
Yeah.
But she's back at home. I thought I saw a message earlier. She's in the garden with her feet up having a drink.
Well, I hope she's all right.
Yeah, we love you, Annie.
We do love you.
She said she was, and hope you get better soon.
Yeah. Catch up soon.
Star of county cricket in this country. Certainly desperately trying to keep it alive.
Seems to be doing a damn fine job too.
Absolutely.
It's going to be Harshall who's going to bowl the 19th over. Livingston's going to take strike on 36. Back of the length, Livingston pulls. And it's been dropped. Dropped by Virat Kohli, deep square leg. He's come running in to be out, and he's gone to try and catch it just above the height of his sternum. And he's dropped an absolute dolly.
That was very casual indeed. I think he thought he already had it, and that is very casual, and he's just absolutely made a goober of that.
He's gone to try and jump to catch it, and for a man of his talent, that's just not good. Livingston takes a step away to leg. Harshall follows him, pulled away by Brook.
And there's a bit of venom in the throwback from Kohli there.
But not before Brook takes 2. There seems to be a lot that's clouding the mind of Virat Kohli at the moment.
Well, we were suggesting, me and Bear, yesterday that he just needs a break.
Well, I think 3 years of not scoring the first 100 in any form of cricket internationally is probably not too far away from his mind.
Brook has carved that over extra cover. Beautiful shot. Bounces just a couple of times and that thuds into the advertising hoardings, and that's gone for 4.
There's not one more for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Slight shape of an inside to out forehand from Brook. He's whipped his wrists through that. Beautiful looking shot. And Brook's on to 19. And he's a shorter ball from Harshall, which Brook looks to try and ramp, but the angle of the ball means that Brook's not able to make contact, and so that'll be a welcome dot ball.
Good response by Harshall. He's bowled that into the deck. It's slightly slower, so it's hard to time the ramp shot. And in the end, he's just played a nice little waft at it, and lucky probably didn't get a little fine edge through to the keeper.
Yeah. 2 balls left of this all-important 19th over. 197 for 5. No one within 30 yards of the back except for the keeper. As that is, it's been hit high and again doesn't have the distance. The launch angle's all wrong and it's just taken above the ground by Bishnor. And I think that's it. No celebration at all by anybody, which is very misleading for all of us. But Harry Brook is out for 19. He's just a hoik down to deep square leg. Too much up, not enough out.
Got him! Why did he do that? Unbelievable!
It's a shame. He was just having a nice little cameo there, and he's been playing particularly the crossbat shots with timing a lot better than Livingston. That was just one that just got a little bit big on him and a little bit close to him, and therefore he got in the air and went up, straight up, rather than flat and
up and out. Yeah. 197 for 6. 7 deliveries left in this innings. And it's going to be Chris Jordan.
Chris Jordan's back will make him cry. More England caps will soon draw nigh. Or if they don't, then it will seem he'll wish he'd joined the Winglies team.
It always makes me smile, the Wingleys.
Back of the length, Livingston with a check pull, which will go down to Bishnoi again at deep square leg. He'll retain the strike. 6 deliveries left. England 198 for 6.
Neymar Butlins is running 6 miles in LA, and he sent me a pic of 6 guys crosswalk on their bikes. Looks like a lot of expensive carbon fibre there, Neymar. Perong says competitive total tonight, which is good for England. Bangladesh are upset with a wet outfield delay against the West Indies. There's no rain at the ground. And Ireland could be in for an upset against New Zealand. 3 down, chasing 300 plus. Wow.
Well, we'll see.
News from around the cricket world.
Did you see all the rugby union yesterday?
It's great after the last week.
Northern Hemisphere, dear me. Scotland win, Wales win, Ireland win, England win. Maybe the Six Nations is better than we think.
Kyrgios is broken. He's 5-4 up in the 3rd set, which is ominous.
It's going to be Malik who's going to bowl the last over. He's been fast but expensive, and that's going to be a wide outside the off stump. Short, wide, too wide. And so we'll have that ball again.
Wide.
So if Kyrgios wins, where do you reckon he rates in terms of the annals of Wimbledon greats? As that is back of the length, and well, the eyes were telling you that it is going over mid wicket. The ball actually goes down to long on, and it goes down to long on for 2 runs as Kelly gets the ball back. But that's England's 200 up.
Kyrgios would not rate in the greats at Wimbledon at all.
No, of course he wouldn't.
No, it's a one-off win. Yeah, he's a fucking super talented player, but yeah.
But he's got an ego to match.
Well, they all have, yeah, exactly. I mean, he's not done. I mean, that match against Tsitsipas should have been defaulted. He hit the ball
yes, I agree.
Into the ground.
Yeah.
It's just a manner. I mean, we've been so used to everyone being so nice to each other, and I love Nadal and Federer and McEnroe was far worse than Kyrgios. I sat courtside. Some of the stuff that came out of McEnroe's mouth that didn't get on telly, you would not believe.
Oh, hello.
And it you know,
the umpire looks like he's going to go into the crowd.
Here we go. See, look,
he is actually going towards the crowd. Don't make me come over there. He's going over there.
He's got to be a security
when umpires attack.
Oh, he doesn't like her hat.
She was fanning herself. And what they've said is, can you stop fanning yourself? It's distracting. He's
My God, well, it's Colin Montgomery batting.
On leg stump, and Livingston has got enough of that ball behind square It's going to be an umpire. It's going to be a. We'll have a look about whether that's going to be 4 runs. It's definitely 2.
Don't think so. I think he's
Sheriaz Ear was the person who was doing the fielding.
I think that he's done a really good piece of work there.
Let's see. Fielder and touching.
It's close, but I think he's probably just got away with that.
2 runs is your verdict. 203 for 6. Livingston 42 not out. He will retain the strike. Malik in. That is a regulation length ball on leg stump, which Livingston fails to make contact with, and they'll run a leg by.
I'm just
that
wondering.
Is 6 runs off the total.
Just how many more runs England would have scored if Livingston could hit anything on the leg side. He seems to have played and missed an awful lot this innings.
It is death or glory, isn't it?
Yeah. Now, even connecting with 50% of those, you've got another 15 runs.
Yeah. Now, Chris Jordan, your job is to run a single. It's amazing that he's going through all this limbering and stretching for just running a single.
He's got to get contact with the ball first.
Well, that is true. Malak in. Yorker length delivery, and it's been inside edged past the fielder on the 45, and Chris Jordan has scored 4 runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
and knew nothing about it. Malik feels like he's not been treated fairly by the cricketing gods.
It's a moral victory, but look in the book, son.
Who's the Arsenal striker who got sold to Chelsea, the French guy?
Giroud?
Yeah, doesn't he look a bit like Giroud?
In terms of hairstyle?
Well, just in face.
And face as well. Maybe a little bit. Malik in, and that's been hoisted over extra cover by Jordan, and the upshot of that is, I think, a 1 bounce 4.
Yeah. Oh no.
No, sorry, a no bounce 6. Just over the rope. 6 of your runs. It's gone just over the boundary spot. Just perfect clubbing. Perfect distance over extra cover. Jordan showing that Livingston completely wasted those first 3 deliveries of the final. We'll face the final ball. Back of a length, and Jordan ugly hoiks it through.
Someone should be run out here.
And they're going to go for 2. He's out by a country mile because it was Jadeja who's doing the fielding. The stumps have been thrown down. I think that's going to be 1 and a run out. It's the end of the 20 overs, and I think the total's going to end up being 216. Jadeja with a throw back to Rashad Pan.
Beautiful throw. It's right next to the stumps. He's got no chance.
Just everything that you would want a throw to the stumps to work as a wicket keeper. Everything that you would want that throw to be, it was. 215 for 7 is the final total.
And I should hopefully hear the hooves of Tony Bishop thundering into the studio in a second, so we can wibble over the interval.
Well,
but in the meantime, what do you think of that score? Do you think it's a reasonable score?
Competitive score, isn't it?
It's more than competitive, isn't it? You know, let's be fair.
The good thing is it's going to make Pank go mad.
Well,
yeah,
they're going to have to go pretty hard from the get-go, I think, to get most of this. So,
right, shall we have a look at the England innings?
Yep.
Butler was the first man to go. Paul Avesh played onto his stumps. He was out for 18. Roy was the next man to go. He went when the score was 61. Caught Pant bowled Malik for 27. Phil Salt, the next man to go. Bowled by a beautiful slower ball by Patel for 8. Good stand between Livingston and Milan. Milan was the next to go. Caught Pant bowled Bishnoi for 77 of 39 balls. Moeen Ali was out first ball He was caught by Patel off Bishnoi for no score. Harry Brook, useful contribution of 19 off 9 deliveries, but he was out pulling Patel to Bishnoi in the deep. Chris Jordan out off run out final delivery by Jadeja for 11 off just 3 deliveries. Livingston knocked out 42 off 29. 13 extras. Dear me, 13 extras, that's a lot. And the total, the total 215 for 6. Tony, do you want to talk to us about what's happening in the...
Well, I think the intervals are so short that it's not worth putting on highlights. So we might as well just chat through it.
Do you want some just lights?
Do what? Sorry, say again?
You want lights?
Highlights? Do you just want lights?
Just wants lights.
Lights or highlights?
Or low lights?
Some highlight. Well, there was one question I thought I'd ask the assembled crew, because Mickey Arthur has been very vocal this week. Okay, sadly for Derbyshire, the wheels came falling off in quite a spectacular fashion. But he's been very vocal about the ECB
not allowing the release of players.
Well, not allowing the release of players, disrespecting the blast, squeezing this tournament in, which, let's face it, is, were the 100 not happening, the international series, international summer could have been spaced out more. And to take, players away from the premier domestic T20 competition at a time when they shouldn't be, he feels that's seriously disrespecting the counties and the game. Jason, cynical from the ECB and part of a bigger plan, or just a crowded summer?
Slightly. I'll have to say I went to the quarter-final between Surrey and Yorkshire, and that was a fantastic game, but I would have loved to have seen a full-strength Surrey versus a full-strength Yorkshire. The sides were pretty strong in any case, but no, both sides were missing probably 3 or 4 players that were sort of embargoed because they were on international duty.
Yeah.
And I would have liked to have seen them play.
When is finals day? Remind me.
Next Saturday.
It is next Saturday, is it?
Isn't that in the middle of the game? In the middle of the 50 over games between England and England?
It is.
Yes.
There is a game on Thursday and Sunday, I think.
Yeah.
Right. So, Tony, you already know the answer to the question.
Can I just stop you there and say, quote from All the President's Men?
Yes.
Follow the money.
Yeah.
Exactly.
There's
The money payable for the TV rights in India are phenomenal for one day and T20 cricket, T20 in particular.
They don't give a fuck about anything else.
Well, I kind of see things rather differently. I just think
you're such the diplomat.
No. I mean, I of course I understand the commercial side of it, but it does feel that the commercial side of it has been forced by
a schedule,
by having forced by a schedule, as Jason I think was about to say, that's been compromised by a 4th tournament that it didn't need. Is that where you were going, Jason?
It was, to some extent. The prioritisation of the 100 over the blast for the prime 6 to 8 weeks of the summer, where most of the spectators are available and willing to come and watch games in quick succession.
Tony, it is within the technical capability of the ECB and the technical capability of Sky to effectively televise somewhere between 75 and 80% of all games that take place within the blast.
Oh yeah, easily.
Yeah,
but they haven't.
The only way that you would say that they wouldn't be able to do that is if there was more than one game on more than one day.
And that's just a case of scheduling.
Now, how many games in the 100 are going to be televised by Sky? And the answer is all of them.
Exactly, and or the BBC with the occasional ones that they throw on free to air to say that they've done it.
It's
8.
So it is within the capability to be able to. if it is that you want to do it, you have the means by which that you can allow these games to be, advertised towards an audience. The idea that the 100 can create an audience that the T20 game cannot has been kind of disproven as being ridiculous.
Well, the Blasters had the guys. I think it's fair to say the Blasters gathered pace in terms of attendances, and it was suffering early season, but then it was being played much earlier than would be normal. We weren't in school holidays for a start, were we, when it kicked off?
No, and then the sun came out and everywhere's been glorious, and the thing you want for a tournament like this is good weather.
Well,
good weather brings the people out.
It does.
Of all of the places that you would turn around and talk about having a big domestic T20 tournament or limited overs tournament, the only place where the weather is unpredictable is here. Because with the Big Bash, we know that the weather's going to be good. With the IPL, we know that the weather's going to be good. But there is no climate in Britain, only weather. And there is always the risk that it doesn't matter how well you advertise it, what you're going to have is a series of washouts. Now, we've been really lucky with regards to the weather so far, but this is about want to.
I think Northants might argue with you. They're the ones who have suffered most from two no results that were the difference between them getting enough points to qualify and not. Okay, now you can always argue, would they have got those points? But they were the only. They seem to have suffered worse than any other county to that.
No, but
to that end.
I'd say compared to any other what you might describe as normal English summer, that you would turn around and say that this has been a relatively decent cricketing summer weather-wise.
Yes, I think so. I think generally, absolutely.
Hardly had any rain at all. Well, certainly in the south of England for months.
The interesting thing about all of it is that as with all of these things, if you go down this 100 franchise route, ultimately the aim is that you actually end up with less cricket.
Yeah, less cricket to prepare players. I mean,
you just end up with less cricket.
Yeah, well, you do. Less teams, less cricket, or less quality cricket, let's say, because you reduce the number of counties playing it. That's how you reduce the number of games. You'd have less. The argument being better quality, which I think is an exceedingly dubious.
It's a bit specious
argument. So, yeah, very much a specious argument. Let's look at today, though, chaps. Who do we have on amongst us? The England team are already huddling around Joss Buttler, the man with the gloves on.
What does our schedule say for the first?
Our schedule says it's going to be
not me,
the mighty Colin, who will be. Does he need letting in, or is he already there? No, he must be. He's already here. It's going to be the mighty Messers, the man from Perth, and it's me, in fact. So
the mighty Tony
on the decks. DJ Tony Tone will be spinning a few tunes. Righto, mate. I'm going to hand over to Colin.
Oh yeah. Right, as I take it to me, I will sum up England's first innings, who meet 215 for 7 after 20 overs completed. Jason Roy, 27 from 26. Jason Buttler, 18 from 9. David Milan, 77 from 39. Phil Salt, 8 from 6. Liam Livingston finishing 42 not out on 29 deliveries. Moeen Ali, not for one ball. Harry Brook, 19 from 9. And Chris Jordan, 11 from 3 deliveries. And we are going to be starting with featuring...
Well, let's jingle the bowler first, because we know it's going to be this fellow bowling.
You think the people would have had enough of Willie and Angels? His name's Willie. Listen, gorillas, and you'll hear it isn't so. Oh no.
Willie to bowl, and he will be bowling against, for his first bowl, this man.
I'm not really sure. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Rohit, of course it is. Here he is.
264.
as Willie comes in over the wicket for his first ball. Straight drive down for to sort of roundish cover fielder for 1 run. How do you feel the England innings went, guys? The 216.
I think they gathered pace when they needed to. It was probably not par or thereabouts for the amount of power they've got at a ground like Trent Bridge, which is a high-scoring ground.
Yeah,
I think the
very
blast
short
average,
on one side.
Short on one side. The blast average this year is not much short of 200.
There were 14 fours and 13 sixes. It's sort of indicative, isn't it?
So it's by far a straightforward defence. Let's put it that way.
Willie on a good length to this man who just blocks it down to short cover for no run for his first ball.
It should indeed be our friend Rishabh Pant, shouldn't it? Is he opening?
Yes, it is.
Indeed he is. Where is he? Oh, he's now going to be in this separate file. What a barbarian.
Rishabh Pant.
He's still in the test team, you see. This is what, which is of course filed completely separately from the T20 team.
Willie comes in for third ball of his over. Good length, and it's cut to point for no run. I've got a confession. Every time I hear Rishabh Pant, I automatically think that the jingle is going to be that Shark song.
You've lost me there. Which one?
It's a kid's song.
Oh, Baby Shark.
Yeah, that one.
Well, no, it wasn't a kid's song though, really, was it? It wasn't. Wasn't it in Korea? Was it
Okay,
Korea?
I'm pretty sure it is a kid's song.
Taiwan. Baby Shark, Baby Shark.
Yeah. As Willie comes in over the wicket. Oh, seems away as Pant tries to get bat on ball, but goes through to the keeper for no run. Still just one from the over.
More interestingly, what goes on in your head that
I
connects
don't
sharks
know.
with pants?
I think I've heard it on my TV too much because of my baby girl, but it's suddenly ingrained into my mind that I hear it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all we need from that. As David Willie comes in, fifth ball of the over, good line, and knocked onto the onside by Pant. And square leg for 1 run. 2 from the over so far.
Well, you see, this would be the point at which, if I was to say, this has been a good opening over from Willie, it's been tight, there's a little bit of movement, and he's kept an explosive pair well in check. What would immediately happen? What would immediately happen if I were to have said that?
The porn bot would be out.
Well, I was more thinking about the fact that Rohit's going to launch this for 6 if I had said that. So forget I said that.
Willie in over the wicket on a good line, and it's blocked down to short cover fielder for no run.
So now I can say, without fear or favour, it's not a bad first over for England.
I'm still.
Well, no, I like the line about keeping an explosive pair in check. Roger Melly says Twitter feed tells me that McEnroe is having a crack at Kyrgios for tantrums. You can't make this stuff
fuck
up.
off.
Dr. Soothsay says Kohli has diminished. It appears he is disinterested, disgruntled, and unhappy.
That was certainly a disappointing drop. I mean,
I wouldn't say disinterested. If anyone's keen to play cricket, I definitely think Kohli is one of them.
Yeah, it's just been going on for so long now that it's a real worry, isn't it?
Anyway, here is the shamefully mulleted Reece Topley.
KB once tried to kill him, and AB smashed him off the park.
As a first ball,
It got him.
Yeah, it did. It's going into these pads, and Pant looks to heave it onto the leg side, and it goes through to the keeper. And he's been given his caught behind, but Pant is still questioning Rohit whether he actually hit it or not. I'm not convinced he hit, because if he hit that,
he's run out of time. He's run out of time. He's tried to review, and I think Martin Saggers has gone too late, Rishabh. You took too long thinking about it, and I think he's sent him on his way. The clock had ticked down, and Rishabh Pant looks pissed off as hell. He just wasn't quick enough. If he believed it.
That's such a strange thing, because We're seeing it here. No, I'm not convinced he hit that. If he's hit it, he's had an inside edge onto his pads.
Yeah. It might have just hit the shirt on his chest.
Oh, inside edge. I think it's an inside edge onto his thigh. Josh Butler was pretty sure. Reece Topley less than sure.
As it goes.
To me, it was a catch. Maybe the only thing I can think of is if Pant thought it was an LBW appeal. I mean, to me, it's been given caught behind, unless I've really missed something, because it was a whopping great inside edge onto his thigh, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely caught behind for a wicket, but unless I don't have the privilege of sound to tell if there was a double sound or anything like that. Whereas, which is a giveaway, you can't really see the seam movement or anything like that to indicate any slight edge, because it's such a short space between the bat and the inner pad.
Well, it's definitely given caught behind, which clearly says that if it was an LBW appeal, and there's a enormous ultra edge, which we all saw.
I didn't.
Except apparently
enormous.
Well, it's a long way away.
What you mean Perth, from Perth to Trent Bridge?
And my feed is frozen for some.
Oh Lord!
I would say we have the privilege of a slow motion there as well to tell. As the next man who comes in is Reece Topley round the wicket. Oh no, over the wicket, sorry, left-hander, and guided down to cover fielder for no run. It's this man.
A man who needs no introduction.
The Indian says signals that they'll knock us on her ass. The pitches are prepared without a sign of grass. The score is mounting quickly and they've got a talking lead. We don't mind the challenges that we don't need.
Reece Topley in again over the wicket, and it's guided off the hips to backward square leg for 1 run. But they brought up his figures there and his statistics for a man who has played so many and been so poor of late, and he still has a 50 average in T20 cricket.
Yeah, it's extraordinary. I'm intrigued, to be honest, by the fact that they ended up not reviewing. I can only assume Rohit was adamant that he'd got an edge.
Save them a review anyhow.
Reece Topley in over the wicket, guided down to a short head in for no run. Yeah,
that is the weirdest mallet I've seen in a long time.
Well, I'm almost certain that Rohit knew what had happened, and he had to persuade Pant, and he just waited for time to elapse.
Topley in short of a length, and Sharma looks to pull it, but I think splices it, and a short mid wicket collects the ball for no run. You're 3 for 1 through 1.5 overs there. India slightly worried about how slow this start is.
England started very slowly as well, as I recall.
I did miss the first few overs, I must admit.
Rohit's convinced there's a problem with his bat.
Yeah, splice is gone, he thinks. As he does the old try and bend it to see if it snaps.
Yeah, well, England started the first over with 2 runs, the second over had 17, so there you go.
Fair enough.
Dear.
I think they've got enough talent with Rohit Sharma and Kohli in there to make up the runs, maybe.
Well, maybe. If India were to win, nobody would win the GPL. I can tell you that.
Okay. So we need an India collapse for anyone for the GPL.
So what would that mean? What would that be? Don't forget, you've got to add 7 potentially, because you can always think someone might win it with a 6 that's off a no ball, right?
Yeah. but it's not adding 7. Nobody's got a high enough score.
419 was the top end whack.
Yeah, and it'd have to be at 431 to win.
So yeah, but there's a few people in the game there or thereabouts around. No, there aren't.
Yeah, but India'd have to lose. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Exactly. India would indeed have to lose.
As we have a break here where the sub-fielder comes in with a plethora of bats for Rohit to try out, thinking, I'm going to try this one. Feels good.
Jeff Perkins says, if Messages had offered that opinion that Pant didn't hit it with his old eyes, I would have dismissed it, but...
Probably in for the last ball of his over on the pad, and definitely not out as he goes to appeal, pitching outside leg. Impact outside leg. No run. 3 for 1 after 2 overs.
We didn't actually say goodbye to Rishabh Pant, did we, wicket-wise?
No.
We were so taken by whether he was out or not.
We were so confused by what was going on.
That's all I'm going to do.
We can't tell Pant to fuck off. He's too lovable. He's too likeable.
He is. He is.
I've got plenty of time.
Says about reviews. Says talking too long to get it up. Click here.
Here's the Pornbot's favourite bowler.
Yeah, it is. As David Willey continues on for his second over. Coming over the wicket again. Kohli comes down the wicket, inside edges, and just straight back to the bowler, no run.
This is good bowling by both Topley and by David Willey. Willey has been bowling quite full. He's got a little bit of swing, and he's really cramped both batsmen for room when he's bowled at them.
So they're bowling decent lengths and decent lines to make the batsmen come at them rather than the bowlers come at them. Willey in. With the wicket again. Decent leg. Oh, and flicked off the pads by Kohli. 1 bounce, or 2 bounce, and 4.
Nice shot.
So sort of one shot you can get away with in the power play. You can't always get away with once the power play is over.
Yeah, just a slight fraction full, and Kohli just flicks it off his pads. It is quite a shot to watch as he does it with ease. Willey coming in again over the wicket.
Oh.
Kohli gives himself some room and then just heaves it straight over the back of the bowler. I think it's gone all the way.
It has.
Yes, it has.
Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6.
Beautifully stylish too.
Yeah. Let's talk about 6.
There was a subtle feet movement before, just as he gives himself some little room, but still manages to time it beautifully over the top of the bowler.
And that's not the shot of a man who looks disinterested. I can't remember who said that, who levelled that accusation at him, but he wouldn't be playing shots like that if he were.
Willey in over the wicket. Is that?
Oh dear,
Gone.
it's out.
There it is.
Yes, it is. Kohli gives himself some room and slaps it straight to the short cover fielder. And he is gone. It was quite confusing as no one seemed to...
fuck off!
Really didn't seem to celebrate at all. It was Jason Roy who was snaffles a quick catch at head height.
Just the reaction of Jason Roy as well. The way he punched the air is, in form or out of form, Virat Kohli's the big wicket, isn't he?
Yeah.
And they are thrilled with that. 2 massive hits. A 6 and a 4 that you suggested Kohli was right in the mood, and that one he just I think he was through the shot just a little bit early. Perhaps Willey took the pace off it a wee bit.
I'd say he's still connected with it quite well. Like if that was going for 4 regardless of where it was, but it just so happened that his short cover fielder.
Well, I was out plenty of times with balls that would have gone for 4 were it not for a fielder catching it in the way.
Granted,
so to be fair,
but my point is, it wasn't one of these where top edge, miles up in the air. It wasn't something dabbed back to the keeper or to the bowler.
Here's the new man.
Creamed to the cover fielder.
Surya Kumar. Surya. Now I know the others might have let you down.
Willey in over the wicket, and it's 2 down leg side, and it's just guided to the deep square leg fielder for a 1 run as he's off the mark. Oh, okay. It's slightly highish.
Yeah.
He's more spliced it than actually middled it, but it still went at Jason Roy at a rate of knots to catch it.
Yeah,
he was very excited.
Style,
he caught,
fingers up, didn't he?
Yeah. Willie it in for the last ball of his over, wide of off stump, and driven to cover fielder for no run. 14 for 2, 3 overs gone. Messy.
So we're very, very quiet on Twitter. Pokey and others are having a discussion on YouTube. Ravi Kumar Shrivastava, Pokey Bumfigure, and Colin are having a discussion. And Amit.
We're discussing grounds in England and why they're so small compared to other places.
Yeah. It's interesting, during the test match break in Sri Lanka, they were playing an ODI between Sri Lanka and Australia from must be the 90s at the SCG. And they were playing just to the full boundaries. There were no boundaries brought in at all in those days. And if you went for a ball at the boundary and hit the boundary, that was it. So it was a lot bigger.
And we having
new bowler.
New man coming into bowl. The first ball to Surya Kumar on his pads, guided down to mid wicket for no run. Jingle him up.
Here's our new bowler. New star, new hero.
Yorker from Gleason, crashing into the toe, the batsman relay, 2016 season, Yorker from Gleason, went for less than a run a ball.
Amazing jingle. As Gleason comes in for his second ball, it's squared up. Surya Kumar a little, but he's managed to sneak through for a quick single as cover and mid-off not quite aware of what was going on.
Yeah, I would say England would be very happy at the moment, wouldn't you? I mean, the run rate's up to 12. First
Gleason his jingle as well.
Yeah, first landmark would be, what were England in the power play? 52 for 1, weren't they? So they're going to have to accelerate a bit to get to that. Of course, these two are well capable of it.
Gleason then over the wicket, out of a good length and sort of backwards guided to point fielder. Managed to get through for a quick single. Rohit Sharma on 2 from 7 and Surya Kumar from 2 from 3. Gleason, India 16 for 2, still in the power play as it said, from 3.3 overs. Target still 216. Gleason then over the wicket, and it is driven to short cover fielder Jason Roy for no run. Oh, it's Davin Milan now. We've changed that for no run.
You've got to say it was a very good ball by Gleason. He's bowling just on a length, on off stump, and he's really not giving Surya Kumar any room to operate. He's also got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 packed in a ring on that leg side field, so they're really protecting that.
What India was doing the last game, bowling good balls and letting the batsmen come at them rather than the opposite way around. As this one is on a good length and rises on Surya Kumar and goes through to the keeper, trying to cut it, but that picked up off the pitch quite well.
And this is what Bumrah and Bhuvi Kumar were both doing more than England's bowlers. They were getting more lift, and it was troubling England's early order batsmen. And today it's England who are getting that extra lift.
Getting a lot of lift, and they were getting good swing as well, as I remember from the first 2 games.
Yeah, they were.
Gleason in for the last ball of his over the wicket. Very full, looking for the Yorker length, but not quite finding it. More of a full toss as he guides it through cover and point for 4 runs. And no more does that point to what we were saying. There's a minute he goes for a Yorker or an orthodox ball, he gets dispatched to the boundary.
And that's where I think, you try that in the blast, it would probably do the trick. But against this extra step up in quality, it doesn't work quite the same for him. But nonetheless, not at all a bad over.
20 for 2 after the 4th over. Messi.
Matthew Cullen says the pawn bot is an excellent addition to the Gorilla cannon. Yes, it does rather fit in well, I think.
Yeah.
And Josie Oak says it's hot, we're doomed.
Topley in over the wicket, given too much width and too full, as Rohit Sharma just heaves it over the top of cover quite easily for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Just too wide of a line to bowl to Rohit, considering all of these offside fielders are in the close circle. That was a shot with no real risk, considering. As it comes in again, this one full this time, as Rohit hits it straight to mid-off, who has a shy at the stumps, direct hit, but looks like Rohit has made it through in time in the non-striker's end for 1 run.
Yeah, it was a decent throw from Chris Jordan, but Rohit was comfortably home, I think.
Yeah, okay. The way the camera goes to the actual screen there, you think, oh, this is going to be close, but Rohit probably made the stump line rather than the actual crease line by the time it hits the stumps. And Topley in for the 3rd ball over the wicket, down leg side, and Butler giving the how's that, considered to think, oh, okay, this might stop a wide ball, but nothing happens, and given a wide. As even Butler mouse off himself, saying, should we just give it a quick look, considering it's a wide? No, nothing happened, straight through the keeper. Just wasting time. Shit ball.
Yeah, I think he realised he was trying to con the umpire there, and the decision review timer just was ticking away.
Topley in over the wicket, and this good ball kind of half squares up Surya Kumar a little bit, who manages to fend it off to backwards point and get through for a 1 run. What do you think of that haircut, Messi? Do you think he would fit in Australia quite well?
No, I don't think so. I don't think it's long enough actually for Australia. I hate mullets, all mullets. I think they're all appalling, but that one's really weird.
Oh, what comes in? 2 leg side and is easily pulled over the top of any square leg fielder to 4 runs. He's pulled it in such a fashion that he's managed to take his top hand off the bat to give himself room. But clarifying that, last time I was in Australia, it was full of mullets.
Yeah,
this one
it still is, but they're awful.
This one from Topley, it's a good length, a weird sort of half cutter, half slow ball that beats everything, including the batsman, the field, the stumps, and goes over the top of the wicket and straight through to the keeper on the bounce.
Yeah, he ran his fingers across that to deliberately slow the ball down, and Rohit was through it way too soon.
Probably on the last ball of his over, too short. I didn't realise there was a square leg fielder that deep who was holed out to. It wasn't quite a good ball, but I guess it's got the wicket.
Oh dear.
Willow, weep for me. Willow, weep for me. Bend your branches.
Yep.
With Rohit Sharma goes for 11 off of 12 balls. He's tried to pull that shot. It was pullable. It wasn't a great delivery, but he's gotten too ahead of himself and ended up holing out to more of a deep mid-wicket rather than deep square leg. If he connected with it properly, probably would have got a decent 6 or a 4 from it, but holing out. That's unfortunate. What do you think, Tony?
Yeah, it was. Didn't look like a great ball. It just looked like it was slightly short. It was definitely there to be hit, but just Rohit just didn't time it. Maybe he just took the pace off it a wee bit. Slower ball bouncer, but and Rohit had one hand off the bat when he sort of played the shot. But still, they got them to 31, so it means in this last over, if they want to catch up with England, from at least in the power play, they're going to have to get 21 off this over, which is a big ask.
But doable.
Yes,
That's the next
doable.
batsman who comes in, who is T20, and this is we will jingle him up.
We will, if I could work
out he's not facing
where on earth he's hidden.
Crossover. Sorry, my feet. Oh, it's catched up now. As Suryash Kumar backward cuts to after a Gleeson ball to point fielder for no run.
Do you know what? I'm not sure I've got Shreyas Iyer here.
Yeah, we must do after the test, it means.
Well, that's what
Is he in the
test folder.
I'm looking in all places. Blimey, what has Bear been doing with the filing of these? He's
the
definitely
Bear
not
decimal
there.
system's got you.
It certainly
Lisa
has.
in. Second ball of his over, wide of the stumps on a good length. Tried to be cut by Surya Kumar and not getting anything on it. Straight through the keeper, no run.
No, I'm afraid Shreyas Iyer is not available to me, so I
I
apologise.
can't even remember what it was.
Well, that's probably because it hasn't been played this series. Because
Is that what it
no
is?
one's been able to find it.
He was a surprise to enter the test series, so that might be the case. Gleeson in for the third ball, over the wicket, full and on the stumps. They've managed to guide it down to mid-on, but not taking any run, and dot ball from it.
So Roger Melly's seeking some guidance. He says, what's the origin of the term hole out? I suspect it's a golfing term, but I've been unable to pin it down.
I think it's baseball more,
But there's no holes in baseball either.
but I think the first time I heard it was a baseball term. Well, it's a good one. As Gleeson in, very full Yorker on the stumps, but is guided down his legs for a quick single, as there was no short fine fielder as the keeper comes through to pick up the. No.
I'm rather wondering, perhaps the Bear saw Venkatesh Iyer and decided that he'd already got enough Iyers in there.
Yeah.
And that threw him into a state of earth-sign confusion.
My head's trying to go through a jingle machine and try to think of what Iyer could be.
I can hear in my head. I can hear it, but I just no. It's gone for now, alas.
Alas, ratio. As Gleeson comes in over the wicket, good line, and it's knocked down to mid-on and scampered through for a quick run. India on 33 for 3, in trouble. 5.5 overs through from 20, still target of 216.
Yeah, 19 short at the moment of that English power play, which I think they would see as a disappointment. They've also lost the 2 extra wickets, so England have been more than happy with progress to date.
Oh, definitely. Gleeson in for the final ball of his over the wicket on a good length, and it's prodded down again for a short drive to the extra cover and taking a quick single. 34 for 3 through the power play. Messi.
So yeah, we've got no more tweets, but I was wondering if you, in your intro, Tony, you did an impression of a dead rubber. I'm wondering if this is what happens in a dead rubber. Oh, he's disappeared.
I wouldn't say so. My description of a dead rubber for this, I think it's more of it's a squad rotation or squad testing for the next or for the World Cup this year. You know, give everyone a go, give everyone a try.
I mean, my sense is India don't really care very much. Well, frankly, I don't think anybody cares very much. But I'm much more interested in the GPL than I am in the outcome of the cricket, to be totally honest with you.
I think everyone is it. How high of a price it is. All those mad people, including myself, because I forgot to, actually. David Willey, who's going to continue on.
After telling people off for not doing it, you didn't do it.
Yeah, but I'm a hypocrite at the best of times. As he's wide of the stumps, and it's cut very well by Surya Kumar to backward point for 4 runs. Yeah, just too short, too wide, easy cut for Surya Kumar.
It's the width more than anything else, I think, with David Willey. You've got to get a ball tight line.
Ooh, and this is a very, very good shot. Surya Kumar bowls just on wide of the off stumps, but he comes across his wicket and manages to heave it on the leg side. Well, not heave it, I'd say guide it more, but still managed to guide it, time it well for a full 6. He sort of half pulled it, half paddled it. It was a very good shot. What have you been thinking of this, Jason?
I'm impressed with
dead rubber?
I'm impressed with the seam bowling from England. I think they've finally got their partnerships worked out properly.
As Willie comes in over the wicket, good line, good length, and has been knocked down to the deep mid wicket. Came through for a single.
Yeah, they're bowling that length, which is just not quite there to drive, and it's not quite short enough to play a good shot off the back foot, mainly because of the line. It's
so
just
do you
too close
think
to
it's
the
been
players.
a case of when England are posed a big tool, they kind of go, well, we've got to get a bit tricky here. We've got to think about how we're going to bowl rather than just bowling. As Willie comes in wide of the off stump and it's inside edge to fine fielder scamper through for a quick single.
Well, I think you only really, I think in their mind is they don't really know if it's a good score until the other team has batted on it and they bowled for a certain amount of time. The big test, I think, will be when England would go to the slow bowlers, whether they can bowl their slow bowlers effectively here.
Yeah, it's a good point, because it's only been fast bowlers. Willie in over the wicket on the stumps, and it's been flicked off the pads to Phil Salt, who is on a deep mid wicket for 1 run. I remember, there was talk about this in the IPL. We were going on about singles. What's the actual point of them in T20? Because it doesn't progress the score, and only just what are you actually trying to achieve. You may as well just go big, and that's a problem we've seen from India here. They're just plodding along. As Willie comes in for the last ball of his over, good length, and it's guided off the hips to mid wicket and through for a quick single.
Where do you change?
49 for 3.
I shall read out a tweet from Nestlers. Hole out is golf. When a player hits the ball in the hole, we're not on the green putting. Cricket, I don't know. And Neil Harris sends us a link to a golf site called Hole Out. And Farong is the next tweet for you, Nestlers.
Thanks.
We'll love you and leave yous. See you later, folks.
See you later. See you later. We've got Chris Jordan going to bowl next over.
Chris Jordan's back will make him cry, more England caps will soon draw nigh. they don't, then it will seem he'll wish he'd joined the Windies team.
Seems to be a plan here to deliberately minimise the amount of slow bowling that they're going to do in this T20.
Well, it's currently all going on at 7 and over, which is not enough. So there needs to be a bit of an acceleration here as Jordan comes in, back of a length, pushed into the offside field by Surya Kumar, and there'll be a single. Just Butler decides he's going to
have a word.
He wants to have a word. And of course, the problem with your bowler, wanting to have a word with your bowler, if you're the captain and the wicket keeper, is you've got to run 35 yards in both directions to do it. Didn't seem like it was the longest of discussions.
No.
Try bowling it fast and at the stumps.
I'm not sure fast is necessarily the right result. I think the way England have bowled so far, it's been bowling it slightly off pace into the deck, and therefore finding it hard to time the ball.
Jordan in, again back of the length, unable to beat point. Is here, and there'll be no run. 50's up for India with the single of the first ball of this over.
And let's
Got
not forget
Virat Kohli content on Twitter coming up after this over.
Have we?
Yep.
No. Now, is that content from Kohli himself?
Oh yeah, he's been messaging me all day.
Has he?
Yeah.
How is he?
He's all right.
Yeah. Well. Lots of movement before the ball's bowled, and the result of it is an edge down to the third man area. And the third man area is occupied. Gleeson will fire the ball in, and that's a second single and 3 ball.
Yeah, so Farong says England in a strong position, so Ireland. What do we make of the innings from Virat? Plenty of time and opportunity to make a decent score, but got ahead of himself. And O'Neill Harris reckons that India are hanging him out to dry.
India are hanging Kohli out to dry.
Giving him enough rope to hang himself, he reckons. He's out of form and not ready for international cricket right now.
Jordan in, and that is hoisted over the covers, and over extra cover in fact, and Surya Kumar will take 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
He is placed on a pedestal which it is almost inevitable that you can't stay on forever. That would be my point about Virat Kohli.
In an insane cricket-loving country with, 1 billion people watching his every move.
I think he's in a practically impossible to win situation.
Pressure must be immense on the man.
I mean, I think one of the question that's never been asked of Sachin Tendulkar was how have you managed to be Sachin Tendulkar? That doesn't sound too asinine a question. That's on the hip of Surya Kumar, who's going to guide that down to long leg. Single taken. I think that's Topley there doing the fielder.
I just think just give him a break. Just let him go on holiday for a bit.
He just
well, stop playing all 3 formats for starters. Just sit out a series like this.
Well, apparently he's hasn't he turned around and said he doesn't want to go to the West Indies. I think I read that on the Caribbean Cricket Podcast's Twitter feed, which I know Mash would have taken personally. Jordan in on the stumps, and that's driven too well to mid-on. So Jason Roy is able to throw the ball back quickly to the wicket keeper, and there'll be no run, and that ends the 8th over. So is it just?
Yeah, that's up to date at the moment. But the problem is with that in something like cricket is, you go on holiday, take a break, blah blah blah, whatever. You can't just be picked. You can't just say, oh, I'm back from holiday now and I'm ready. Well, prove it.
Yeah, you've got to make your intentions known, but it's a risk. If you if you voluntarily step away from a series, you've got to justify your right to return.
The other thing is, there might be something more terminal about this decline.
Well,
we don't know. You know, sportsmen don't always last as long as Djokovic, Nadal and Federer.
We have a change of bowler.
We certainly do.
And it's going to be this guy.
This man.
I am Livingston. I play for the light.
Livingston is in. It's cut away by Surya Kumar. It beats the cover fielder, and it's going to go all the way to 4.
1 2 ka 4, 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
He's timed that really well. Timed that like an absolute dream.
Djokovic has got a break in the 4th set tiebreak. Ominous.
Seems to be. Livingston in, and this is more on the stumps. Pushed and a thought of a single, but wiser, cooler heads prevail. No run. 60 for 3. India. As my world slows down and speeds up again. That's hoisted over long leg and a couple of bounces. 4 runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
Certainly seems to be a profitable area for the Indian batsman behind square. That kind of long leg area rather than a fine leg.
It's clever batting. I mean, you can only put 2 fielders down there, so you can't flood an area and saturate it with fielders.
It's in that same area again. That's going to be a wide down the leg side. Yeah, he hasn't hit that. Nice try. Too far down the backside. Livingston will try that ball again. A lot more lofted this time, and that's been driven down, and mid-on can't catch that ball up, and that's going to go for another 4, and this is pretty expensive from Livingston so far.
Yep.
Roy just couldn't quite catch that, and it's 13 off 4 balls so far. Surya Kumar's 38 not out off 23, and Livingston is in, and he tries to push that through past Moeen at point.
That's a better ball.
He'll only find him, and so there'll be no run off that 5th ball.
Just a little bit shorter, just a bit closer to the stumps.
Last ball of the over, whipped through mid-wicket. They've run hard for the first one. Are they going to be able to get 2? I think they will do. Yes, they will. Well ran. That is 15 off that over. Surya Kumar's on 40 out of 71 for 3 Nestle.
Anil Harris says Sachin didn't want the captaincy, it burns you out. Kohli was fantastic for years, but he's not there on merit right now. India are playing a man short because no coach or selector has any backbone. It's become impossible. Well, it is difficult to drop any superstar from any team in sport, isn't it? You know, you're always going to be criticised if you do it, and probably getting criticism if you don't, you know.
More spin. This man will bowl the next over.
Our bed shouldn't touch. Move over, AMLO. I like it too much. Move over, AMLO. You're one hairy dish I love unconditionally. It's Moeen Ali.
It is indeed Moeen Ali. Will bowl our 10th over. Suraj here, 5 not out. Watching the fireworks go on at the other end. Will they pick on Moeen the same way they picked on Livingston? He comes down the track. He's hit that And Chris Jordan's made a great stop at long on. He's deflected it to David Willey at deep mid wicket, an indication of just how much real estate Jordan had to move across and dive to be able to stop. I think it's gone for 2, but it's definitely 2 runs saved there by Jordan.
Kyrgios yelling at his box, "What are you staring at?"
It's always interesting.
You.
The answer might be nothing much. Nothing much. Moeen Ali again. That's short and it's wide, and it's been missed out on by Sharice Ear. And that's thudded into the gloves of Butler. No run. 73 for 3. Full toss.
Dear.
Ears hit that high and hard, and it's gone all the way over David Willey for 6 runs.
Low full toss that got absolutely mashed there. That was not really what he wanted to bowl. I think he wanted to bowl something a little bit dipping into the block hole, but that's just missed by about 1.5 feet.
And in the end, it's gone comfortably over the fence. Ali just redirecting traffic. The cry might be to be less shit with this next delivery.
And 4 match points for Djokovic.
I reckon Kyrgios is going to save 1, but Djokovic is going to take it on the second one. As Ear has come down the track and it's been stopped at extra cover. Fabulous stop by Jason Roy.
Well, I think Jason Roy didn't know much about that. I think it was hit straight at him, and no, he just managed to get down to do a long barrier before the ball thudded into him.
Nevertheless, 0 runs. That is, again, wide outside the off stump. Cut to point, backward point, but a sharply taken single will move Ear onto 14, and the total at the end of the 10th over. Is that the end of the 10th over? No, there's 1 ball left of the 10th over. Total's 80, of which Surya Kumar's got half the runs. Gluttonous.
He's looked good, Surya Kumar, but particularly against the slow bowling, he's been quick to move onto the back foot and punch it away, and quick to get forward and hit it over the top.
Surya Kumar takes his guard. That is a horrific wide. Moeen Ali should have his arm chopped off. Disgraceful. Short, wide. He's going to try again. Again, that's wide, and Surya Kumar hoiks that towards long on. Chris Jordan will muscle the ball back, hench that he is. And that is the end of the 10th over, and it is 83 for 3.
Game, set and match. 4 in a row for Novak Djokovic and 21 Grand Slam titles.
Yeah, but you know what? He might win more Grand Slams, but I don't think he'll ever be anybody's favourite tennis player.
There are huge fans of Novak.
I'm
not one of them. I mean, I think he's a tremendous athlete and an incredible tennis player, but
undoubtedly statistically one of the best that's ever played, and to do it in the era that he's played in.
Yep.
But I
can't warm to him or his game.
I would I would walk over broken broken glass to watch Federer play.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, it's a different aesthetic, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's more entertaining. He's a brick wall when it comes to playing tennis. It's so hard to beat him.
And of course, he hits it so flat and with no spin as well. Yeah. For a lot of his shots, where a lot of Nadal and Federer's game is based on the amount of spin they can put on either slice or topspin.
Well, it's his returning. I mean, he gets balls back that no one else it doesn't seem possible, and he hits winners off shots that you just don't think he's even going to get his racket to. I mean, when he started out, mentally very fragile, and people could get under his skin, but now it seems, I don't know.
The disturbing thing for tennis in general is the fact that you've got a 37-year-old who, I think that's how old Nadal is, who was a 7mm abdominal tear for potentially reaching a third Grand Slam final, with the idea of a calendar Grand Slam very much in the offing. And there's no one in the next generation who seems capable of being able to take the three of them on.
Well, you might have a situation in men's tennis after these three stop, a bit like the women's game, where the titles are, shared around amongst all sorts of people.
It's the winner of the week, yeah.
Which doesn't diminish the titles that have been won by.
No. It's just people like dominance. They like star people.
Yeah.
If you're wondering, everybody, the Indians are just taking a little break. They need 134 more runs to win, and 10 overs to do it in.
They're having a kip.
They were having drinks.
7
mojitos.
Were they?
Mojitos all around.
21 major trophies overall.
Yeah.
Ridiculous, it says.
Well, Jordan's going to bowl his second over. That is a Yorker length delivery on the leg stump, pushed through towards deep mid wicket. Phil Salt's going to crash the ball back. Single taken. 83 for 3.
Apparently, Kyrgios and Djokovic had a nice moment together at the net.
Wasn't it 21 and 0? No.
What's that?
Their head-to-head record.
Who, Kyrgios?
Yeah. Hasn't Kyrgios not beaten him in God knows how long?
He's beat. Oh, I don't know.
Jordan in, back of the length. Dabbed down towards third man, which is again occupied. Topley will restrict everything to singles, but singles are not what India need right now.
That was a pacey ball from Jordan. That was up at 90 miles an hour. There's certainly something in this wicket for people if they want to bend their back.
Certainly seems to be.
And most of Gleason's 2 overs was 90 miles an hour as well.
And he seems to, mechanically, he seems to be able to produce that pace without it looking like he's having to hurt himself to do it, which is nice to see from an England bowler. Jordan in on Midland leg stump, and Surya Kumar makes room for himself to push the ball again to deep mid wicket, where Salt will again restrict everything to 2 this time. 86 for 3.
I didn't realise that Jordan was a 90 mile an hour merchant.
I think he can when he puts his mind to it.
He can, but the thing that makes people not realise he can is the fact he bowls so many off-pace deliveries generally. Mainly because of when he's generally bowling at the death.
Yeah. It is mystery ball. Jordan in, another Yorker length delivery, good ball. And it can only be blocked back. Blocked back to the bowl. So, yeah.
Well, according to Messi Jez, that Djokovic had never even taken a set.
I think what someone was posted earlier on was an understanding of how many Grand Slams they'd won.
Right.
Misread it.
Okay, they've only met twice before.
Apparently so. That is down the ground, and that's going to be. No, is this a 6? No, it's a 4. Just a 1 bounce 4. Straight down the ground from Surya Kumar. Picked that up well.
And you'll all be excited to know that the Duchess of Cambridge has arrived to hand over the trophies.
Well, they're twice in 2 days now.
They do like a royal at Wimbledon.
Well, they've got the right royal to do it, haven't they?
I was a member at Queen's, and the hatred between the two clubs was quite hilarious.
Well,
they really didn't like Wimbledon at all.
It's a bit big brother, little brother, isn't it? Really?
Yeah.
One ball One ball left of the 11th, 90 for 3. I'll let you come back to that in just a second. This is, again, a Yorker length delivery, pushed out as far as mid-off. A shy at the stumps by David Willey. That might have been closer, did it hit the stumps? But alas, it did not. Single taken, 91 for 3 is the total. Sorry, Nestle boy, I stopped you right in the middle of a point.
No, it's just an observation where they used to call Wimbledon snobs, and I used to be at Queen's Club looking round thinking, really?
Yeah. Is that the difference between beluga caviar and ordinary caviar?
It kind of, yeah. It always stuck in Wimbledon's craw that everyone said that the centre court at Queen's Club, the playing surface, was better than the centre court at Wimbledon. All the players said it, and they hated that. But O'Neill Harris says he prefers watching female tennis players. Men are so big, fast and powerful, giving them a bigger court and make the sport more interesting, in my opinion. Yeah, that ain't going to happen.
No, don't think so.
There's skill in both sexes, but the angles are there's probably more angles in some of the female games than there are in the men's game, just because of the power involved. But there's also more slice that you can get on some of the shots.
Huge cheers for Nick Kyrgios as he's called up to receive his runners-up trophy.
Well, hopefully there'll be cheers for Topley as he comes in for his third over. He's coming around the wicket. Outside edge-ish from Surya Kumar. They are able to take a single through to extra cover. And out of 92 runs scored by India today, Surya Kumar has got 50 of them. Congratulations.
Half a 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 century.
He'll have to stay there for the duration, I think, if there's going to be any chance of an Indian victory. Topley now comes over the wicket, and Ear is able to play that more towards mid-off, and he'll take a single.
I think part of the England plan at the moment is to give Surya Kumar a single and bowl at the other guy on the basis that he's not scoring at the same rate.
Yeah, whoever that other guy might be.
Yep.
Yeah. The current run rate, for those of you scoring at home, or even if you're by yourself, is 8.21 and over, which is short of the 14 they require, as that's hoiked towards a deep mid-wicket by Surya Kumar. I think they're going to able to... I thought they'd go back for 2 there. But good work by Jason Roy in the deep. Is able to restrict everything to a single.
Yeah, he was down and up very quickly after stopping the ball with a slide to get the throw off and freeze the batsman from taking the second run.
Had 2 all the way there, so good work in the field. Topley in again. Now he's wandered across his stumps there, Ian. I don't think that's going to feel wide. Nope.
No, that went over the top of leg stump, so I can't see how that would be given a wide.
You've seen them given though, Jason. You've seen them given.
I have, but if they are, it's probably poor umpiring.
Well, it has been known. It has been known.
I do think they had a brief conversation about whether or not he got a little flick on that, but I think that was just, if anything, that was shirt rather than bat.
He's going to try and repeat the Dave's short pitch delivery. Visions, I think, of trying to slap that back across towards long leg. However, it dribbles no further than square leg. Single taken. Surya Kumar will face the last ball of the over. .95 for 3 is your total. Surya Kumar 51 off 33 balls. He is going to have to beat the rock around which this Indian innings is built. He's going to need a few cameos alongside him. Around the wicket, he's pushed it into the deep into the covers. There'll be a single. He'll retain the strike. He's on 52, and with 8 overs left to go, India are 96 for 3.
With the interview with Sue Barker, she asks Nick Kyrgios the time-honoured question when there's a debut finalist. Your first Grand Slam final, are you hungry for more? And Kyrgios said, absolutely not, I'm too tired.
Wow, well there you go.
That kind of sums it up, doesn't it, really?
Well, you've got, He's played in the final at Wimbledon. That is not to be sneezed at.
There's not many people who can say that.
Indeed. Livingston will bowl a second over. His first was pretty damn average, conceding 15 runs from it. So let's see if Surya Kumar can make hay while Livingston bowls. Down on one knee, he's hit that hut in the air behind square down towards long leg, and that's gone for 6 runs.
The number of the day really hops and kicks. The number of the day is 666.
Well, wherever he bowls, he can't bowl there. That's the short boundary that Surya Kumar's pecking on there, and
it's good batting. It's not particularly brilliant bowling to give him an opportunity to hit to the leg side.
No, but he's not had to manoeuvre himself too much in order to be able to play that shot, has he, Jason?
No, it's, as I said, it's good batting. Good
batting. This one a bit more lofted, only able to be driven straight down the ground. An amazing attempt at a stop from Livingston. He's gone full 1980s stuntman in order to be able to try and stop it. He couldn't do it, of course. It went straight down the ground for a single Jordan through fallback. 103 for 3 is the total.
And the very cool Mr. Jordan is just cleaning his glasses, having...
Yeah, it's just like, it's alright, I've got this. It's fine. I can do everything. Thread down the stumps. Oh. Now, a little bit of cat and mouse here. Shreyas here shaped very much to do the reverse sweep, and Livingston refused to bowl the ball. He's come down the ground and hit him an absolute mile in the air over long on, and that has gone, 6 is not enough runs. How far that went over the boundary. That one, an absolute mile in the air.
I believe in miracles. Since you came to bat, you 60 thing, you 60 thing, you.
This is the reverse sweep, but unfortunately he was falling away towards leg and not really in a stable position to be able to play the shot, so it thumped into the gloves of Butler, and there'll be no run. But really, that's the only way that India are missing out on Livingston's deliveries at the moment, is by trying to be too over elaborate with the way that they want to play. If they play a decent shot, they can get them away for whatever they want. So let's see what they do this time. It is a filth. Well, very short. And it's deep square leg who's going to field the ball. Livingston is very lucky that only went for a single.
I think the Livingston experiment will be curtailed after the end of this over.
Oh, and it's a no
my
ball.
Word.
It's a no ball and a free hit. Josh Butler, you have every...
For a spinner, that's criminal. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's not even a close one. That's a good couple of inches.
Which arm do you want to take off, his bowling arm or his non-bowling arm? Should we get the rusty saw? So this is a free hit. Score is Nelson for 3. Nelson for 3. See what he does here. Back of the length. Pulled over deep mid-wicket, 6 runs.
Damn! That 6 is on fire.
Someone in one ball's time needs to take that damn ball out of that damn man's hand. Just filth. Just filth. So 1 ball left of this over.
Do we change at the end of this over?
Is this the end of the 13th? I think?
It is.
There's been a beautiful ball which just beats the outside edge. Butler does whip off the bails, but I think everyone's safely back in their ground. I think we've got one more.
Have we?
I think so. Have we? I'm not sure.
Tony is sitting here, or Tony here, waiting
if Tony's
for me.
waiting, then I'm gonna let Tony.
Well, I'm off because I've done my 7.
Right. Well, in which case, Tony's definitely coming in to commentate on the rest here.
And it's Tony Messers and Al Hutch who will guide you through.
Good to see you.
To the end of the GPL.
Keep watching the skies, bro.
Off with. Where's Messi? Go on, Messi.
Well, there's not much about who they've decided to attack. It's the Livingston Moen Ali axis, isn't it? They've been after those two, and they've done it well.
Next tweet is O'Neill Harris. Messi.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Oh, yeah.
117.
I thought this was the 13th over. Yeah.
3. Obviously, that was confirmed not out. He never really looked like dragging his foot. And we're going to see Richard Gleeson back. I'm not entirely surprised that we don't jingle returns, do we, in T20?
It's a point jingling anyone.
99 is what is needed from 42 balls. It was looking, particularly with the power play, England well ahead, 19 runs ahead in the power play, but Sirakumar Yadav, 65 off 38. Shreyas Iyer coming to the party now with 24 off 18. England, remember, going for an extra batsman, so they've had to make use of Livingston and Ali together. And they have been well targeted by this pair particularly. So 99 off 42 is what is needed. As Gleeson is in, and it's misfielded, I'm afraid, at backward point. That will cost, I would imagine, maybe they just took the single. Yeah, I think they did. 118 for 3. And that really was some assault on poor old Liam Livingstone. He did well to come back with that final ball of the over.
No, it was awful. He was awful.
But yeah, generally it. But if quality batsmen who are well tuned and well honed through a season of IPL are deciding to come at you, it's going to find you out a wee bit. It's an interesting test, is this, for Gleeson. Bowled magnificently, of course, at Edgbaston.
His story is
well here so far today.
His story is a great story, isn't it?
It is. He's over the wicket.
Yeah.
And that's lofted high. Does it have enough though? It's out towards. Is it have enough? It's got more than enough. Over cover.
Wow.
All the way for a glorious one of these.
Oh, I say, chap, give me any lip.
It'd be interesting if that went exactly where he thought.
Well, I think he angled the bat. Again, you yourself said, follow the head.
Yeah.
And I think that's where his head went.
He's perfectly placed it between two fielders who were like 30 yards away from him.
Now, GPL tracking, of course, is going to be rather interesting and exciting. Messers, are you kind of all over that at the same time?
Yeah, I've got it. Well, we won't get into it yet because we've got a way to go.
This is carved out towards cover. Should just be a single. Harry Brook does the fielding there. 125 for 3, 91 off 39 is the equation. So if you look at it,
I think we're a little too far away to get predictive in terms of the GPL, I think.
Well, so many people have entered. But
yes, they certainly have.
Yeah, if you help me stay across it, that would be fantastic. Remind us the pot, 260 something? 40 something.
263 pounds.
263 English pounds.
With 44 entries today.
Gleeson pulled around the corner. It's going to be just one bounce backward a square. Liam Livingstone is the man stationed down there. We thought he might be going for a bit of rest and recuperation, but the ball rather follows him. Gleeson none for 17, 126 for 3, 90 from 38. It's a type of game you think should be England's, but, and there's a big but, and that these two are so well set. England relied heavily, of course, on Dawud Malan. What did Malan make? 77. Sirakumar's on 72. So he's only 5 behind the top score of the game so far. Gleeson full in, high. It was down leg. It was helped on its way. It's one bounce to fine leg for 4 more.
That was the slower ball by Gleeson, but too far down the side and just helped, scooped on its way there.
And good intent as well, because you could have left that and claimed the wide, but that really wasn't in Surakumar Yadav's thinking at all. He's moved on to 76. 86 from 37 is the equation.
So that 345 runs have already been scored, which knocks out over a dozen of our entries already.
It means if you look,
obviously we've got quite a way to go.
In comes Gleeson. That's full and clipped off his toes. Looking for the full toe cruncher Yorker. They get 2 though. Beautifully played again by Surakumar Yadav. I think England will take 2 under the circumstances. Nearly 90 miles an hour that Yorker from Gleeson. So he's cranking it up a bit. Who has overs left to bowl though from an England perspective? That's clearly got to be in the equation. David Willey has 1, Topley has 1, Jordan has 2, and they're clearly holding him back, I would imagine. But crucially, Livingston has 2 and Moeen Ali 3.
100 partnership from 57 balls.
It is fine effort,
of which Iya's contribution is 26.
Well, Shreyas Iyer, but he's done well. He's also got a very lustrous head of hair. Well, they both have a lustrous head of hair, don't they? Both Shreyas Iyer and Surakumar Yadav. And they're beautifully cut in both cases. They haven't gone to Rhys Topley's hairdresser, obviously.
And Neil Harris draws to our attention that New Zealand is being, as he puts it, creamed by Ireland. And New Zealand are currently, it's just moved, 192 for 6 after 37 overs, chasing Ireland's 300 for 9. So they're in some strife, New Zealand.
Well, Chris Jordan is going to be brought back into the attack, and he's bowled an absolute stinker of a delivery down the arse, wide, signalled as such. 1 more to the score, and an extra ball for India as well. I don't think he could have played that, could he, Shreyas Iyer? It was so far from him.
Do you know what we need? We need something that's wider than wide. You know.
What to do?
You can have a double wide.
Yeah.
Well, that was close. If you look at where the tram lines are for a wide in one-day cricket, it was certainly double that. What's he got this time, Jordan? It's fuller, and it is a toe crusher, and it's just a single because he had to dig that out. Again, it was going down leg, but Surakumar had stepped back to give himself room. Jordan had rather followed him. I think he quite enjoyed that.
I quite like the idea of that.
Yeah.
You know, like a wide, and then, I don't know, super
a double
wide.
A super wide. Oh Lord, that sounds like you're going to change the rules. You're going to have 2 runs for it, 2 extra runs.
2 runs for a super wide.
Super wide. Yeah.
Or no runs but a free hit.
Well, no, I don't.
Yeah.
Conceivable.
Jeopardy.
Conceivable. Yep. Jordan going to be bowling to the star as far as India are concerned. Swept beautifully around the corner, just
nice
guided
shots.
down to fine leg. It's going to be 4 more.
Give it to me 1 time. Give it to me 2 times. Give it to me 3 times. Yeah. Give it to me 4 times.
Oh, it's just beautifully just helped on its way, isn't it?
It was. Just really steered around. Very, very fine indeed. It means that run rate, the required run rate is still, where are India? They were
still greater than 2 a ball.
3. They still need
it's
over 14.
Doable.
But it's, absolutely doable. 78 from 34. 2 a ball as Al's quick.
I wonder if Al's been acting as a consultant of the 100 with all these radical ideas.
This one is high over extra cover.
Nice
David
shot.
Willey is thundering after it, but he's not going to get the legs on it, I'm afraid, and it's gone for 4 more. Surakumar Yadav moves on to 86 from 44. There is no way he's giving this up, and England have brought Jordan back, I think, Al, to try and establish some control and order here, but it's not working out yet, is it?
It is. I mean, the margin for error certainly with the last shot, the little scoop shot over extra cover is we are talking about high execution of high degree of difficulty shots here. He is, but he's playing somewhere between 330 and 340 degrees of around his wicket. He's certainly making everybody think.
Can play wherever he needs to.
36
Short,
last 12
pulled
balls.
high. It's dropped short of backward square. Harry Brook does the fielding. Jordan scampers to ensure that the throw from Brook doesn't give away any extras. There's a big old smile on Surakumo Yadav's face. He's thoroughly enjoying himself. This over so far has gone for 10. No, sorry, I'm lying. Gone for 11 if you include the wide.
He got to 50 off 32 balls.
Yeah,
He's now on 87 from 45 balls. That shows you how quickly
it's been absolutely superb stuff. 82 from 43 is where he stands. He's facing Chris Jordan. Actually, it's Shreyas Iyer who's facing Jordan because of the single there. That's worked around the corner. Harry Brook fields at backward square, right on the boundary. Good throw comes in. Butler whips off the bails, but to no real avail. And it's 144 for 3. One ball left of this Jordan over.
I think the balance of this lies with Shreyas Iyer's innings, because 28 from 22 is not enough. And whilst there's blood and guts and thunder coming from Surakumo's bat, Iyer's going to have to play his part here. He can't just take singles and expect his partner to do all the damage. He's going to have to do some.
Well, he is, but Surakumo's
lusty blows himself.
Fair old chunk of the strike. And I think that's often by intent. They've engineered things well. Jordan's got a look of some stress on his face. That might just be heavy sweating as well, as that one is high, handsome, huge, and into the crowd, over cover for another one of these. Wow. There is no way India are giving this up.
They've made 119 from 10 overs, these two, which is pretty good. O'Neill Harris says Shreyas Iyer is strongest against spin. Regularly took the spinners apart in the IPL, then got out to pace. But it's interesting, either Livingston or Moen's going to have to bowl one more over at some stage.
Well, yeah, I'm just looking at that. Let's see, one over left for David Willey.
They might as well send it down on
one
a
for Topley,
T-train.
so that's 2. 1 for Gleeson, that's 3. And 1 for Jordan, that'll be 4. So unless you're finding an over from someone you don't expect it from, which would be asking an awful lot, you are going to have Livingston or Ali in that mix as well. It's 150 for 3, 66 for 130 is what is required.
I think by bringing Topley back, I think what they're trying to do is to take that over out of the equation.
In comes Topley, it's short. And he shouts, is that given? I think he's got his man. They've got Shreyas Iyer. It's not Surakumar, but England will, at this stage will absolutely take that. Iyer had stepped so far back. Topley followed him. He was, a foot and a half outside of his off stump.
Oh, so his leg stump, yeah.
His leg stump as he stepped that far back. And then he looked to cut, and he cut it straight to Josh Butler. So Topley has got the vital wicket that England desperately needed. Shreyas Iyer has gone for 28 off 23. He's been caught by Josh Butler off the bowling of Reece Topley. What a bowling change that was.
Well, the only problem you've got now is it brings Hardik Pandya to the crease.
Yeah.
I think.
I would have.
Oh, hang on.
Pandya's not played any. Pandya's playing.
Jadeja to the crease. In which case.
Oh well.
Anyway, let's.
I would refer you to the sign behind my head too. That was a real
silly little boy. What on earth were you playing at?
I think you're being harsh there, Messers, because I think he'd stepped
he
far across that Topley followed him. Absolutely. So I would,
Dinesh Carter.
I'd probably have his hairdresser shot, but I don't think you could. I genuinely don't think you could blame Topley himself for doing what was exactly the right thing to do. It is, of course, this sharp-dressed man who is going to be at the crease is going to be Dinesh Karthik. Here he is.
When he was young, he lived Dinesh Karthik.
Who is greeted by a really sharp delivery from the dodgily coiffured Topley outside of his off stump. Really got some lift from it as well.
I don't actually believe that's hair. I think it's a dead animal.
It's
Which one?
the stuff on his head.
Yeah, no, I figured
Oh.
that much out. I'm asking you, which animal do you recognise it as?
Oh, well.
Short. That's again plenty of bounce, and Kartik has faced two deliveries. They've both been just short of a length, just probing outside of his off stump, and both have had the same effect. So this over from Topley is a wicket and two superbly bowled dot balls to the new man to the crease, Dinesh Karthik.
And therein lies the problem, isn't it? You're coming in, you know you need to get either off strike or you need to get runs quickly, you know. And those two balls are what, like 85, 86 miles an hour snorting past your off stump. It's difficult.
And he's tried to pull that. He doesn't get. He really gets a sort of a bottom edge on it, and it rolls its way to mid-on. Now, what would England have given for a wicket maiden at this stage in proceedings? There's one ball left of this Topley over, and so far not a run and a wicket off the first ball. But he is a real finisher, Dinesh Karthik, but he hasn't yet found anything that he can latch onto.
I don't think he's found anything he can see yet.
Average 55, average 55 this year's IPL.
Yeah,
66 not out against for RCB. Just dabbed down to third man, so it is a single off the over, but a vital wicket. England will happily take that.
There's still one ball left of the over. So.
Oh, is there?
Yes.
How did I miscount that? Oh, because I can't count, basically.
It's because you're gearing up for the 100. Units of 5, Tony. Units of 5.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you give
I always
yourself
knew
away,
we loved the
Tony.
100, Jess. I knew this about it.
Yeah, they don't call it units of 5. What do they call it? Do they call it a set? Something like that.
No, I have no idea what
Set,
they
a block.
call it.
Sank.
A sank. I wish the bloody thing would sink. 151 for 4. 65 from 25. But Sirakumar Yadav now. He's got to go for broke, but you might also argue that a single would not be a bad result for India. He's angled the bat and got this up and over backward point, and it has somehow been engineered down to that backward point boundary for 4 runs, and that was some shot.
One, two, ka, four, four, two, ka, one. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
But you know, that may not be the best thing, because it does mean that the new man on the crease, Dinesh Karthik, who we were just saying, 66 not out for RCB versus the Delhi Capitals, average of 55 in the IPL this year. He knows how to finish.
Well, he's going to have to go some.
Farang says getting some squeaky bum time now for England. It's been a while since the last wicket. This was obviously before the last over. Surely they couldn't lose it from here. New Zealand need 126 from 90 balls with 4 wickets in a hand. In fact, New Zealand are
Squeaky presumably being a cousin of Pokey.
So they are going to definitely try and take. They're trying to take the over rate to a point where they can bowl.
I think that's exactly right, Al. Yeah. And if it comes off, you'll go, what great captaincy. If it doesn't, of course, who knows. 61 off 24. David Willey, left arm over, full, launched high, handsome, one bounce over extra cover by Dinesh Karthik for 4 runs.
What's it?
Yeah, it was outside of his off stump, in his arc, and away.
Well, there doesn't seem to be. I mean, there is a long on, but
yeah, but it was. Oh, that's interesting. Sort of a camouflaged umbrella hat there. What's Willie got this time for Dinesh Karthik? It's full, it's wide, but not wide enough. Josh Butler has been given as a wide. I think that's harsh. I'd want to have another look at that. Josh Butler looked shocked and angry, disappointed, and in equal measure. now resigned. I didn't think I've got to say. I thought that was okay. Are we going to get to see a replay?
Nah,
I think we are. Not when you really need to see them. Dinesh Karthik. Has he got a different helmet to the rest of the Indian team? It almost looks like a skateboard helmet he's wearing. Pulled away towards mid-wicket. There is a man down there, though. It's Phil Salt, who we haven't seen an awful lot of in the field. But he's
good sound,
tidily behind that.
Fundamentals, long barrier and all that.
Yeah, out there, the deep mid-wicket boundary. Salt and pepper, of course, the news of the week. Was it Pepper? Was it Pepper who got stumped? Pepper stumped Salt, didn't he? If I remember rightly.
Oh, they were both involved in each other's dismissals.
They were.
If you're a copyright, if you're a writer of headlines, that would be.
Oh, it was a dream, wasn't it?
We are currently on 376 runs for the day, which is Alan Reynolds' highest.
Willie in, wide of off stump, bat angled, ball races away down to backward point, and it's 4 more. And it's 100 for Surakumar Yadav. Let's celebrate those in equal measure.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90,
100. Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
That's a great innings.
Take
he
a
went
bow.
from 50 to 100 in 16 deliveries.
Yeah. 101 of 48, but what did you say he got from 60 to 100, did you say, in how many?
50
from
to
50
51.
Wow. His second 50 was in 16.
In comes David Willey. That's chipped. And that is going to find Chris Jordan, who is pretty straight there at long on. Will just get a single, bring Dinesh Karthik back onto strike. If he sees India home Surakumar Yadav, you would have to say dead rubber, comparatively forgettable series in the great scheme of cricket. It would still be one heck of a knock. 49 balls, 11 dot balls. As we should, I've lost that stat now. Shout for LBW, no, says umpire Burns, and there is a single taken. There'll be, I would imagine, leg byes, won't it?
No signal leg.
No signal. Well, maybe that's why the.
I think it's been reviewed.
The appeals are in.
Well, if it's going to be possibly reviewed, he won't signal it until after they make a decision whether to review it.
Well, we'll have a look. I mean, David Willey is a left armer bowling to a right-hander, so potentially pitched outside.
No, they're not reviewing.
It was umpire Burns. They have reviewed.
Yeah, they have reviewed.
No, they have reviewed. They absolutely have reviewed. So we'll have a look for you. It pitches in line. Oh, well, that looks bang out to me.
If it's pitched in line, he's dead out.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah.
To me, that did look like it was in line with the leg stump.
And he's nowhere near it with his bat. So if this is all about
where it pitched.
Yeah, that's
where it pitches.
To my eye, the original decision. Pitches in line, impact in line, hitting 3/4 of the way up middle stump, and Joss Butler has a big old grin on his face as he knows what the result's going to be. Umpire Burns gives the crossed arm signals, the finger goes up, and England have their 6th wicket, and it makes it a very big. Dinesh Karthik has to go. Surakumar Yadav still there though. He won't be giving this up. Don't you worry.
Well, he's not on strike though.
But he's not on strike.
That was a poor decision.
That was awful. I mean, the only thing is that it was just pitching in line.
Well,
that's right.
I mean, it was in line. If you have a
yes,
look,
it was in line. But that means more than half the ball is pitching in line.
It was. Yes, it was. It was. The reviews retained. It was originally not out. 3 red lights come up. In line, in terms of pitching in line, hitting in line, hitting the stumps. Wow, that's.
I'll just use the opportunity to give you a GPL update and tell you who's still in the running, if you like.
Okay, yes, please do.
Okay, so we're at 381 runs for the day. The picks that are still in it are D. Wells on 381, 382, 383. I'm on 383. Warren Davies is on 389. Nestle is on 392 and 393. Hombre Nuevo is 397. Warren's on 399 and 409. Nestle is on 4112. I'm on 413 and Warren's on 419.
I'll jingle up the new man in a minute. Willie is in and it's a swing and he doesn't really get hold of it, does Jadeja, who is the new man. They're looking to come back for two and the throw kind of goes to the wrong end. I think they decided
No, that was really smart. David Willie had run because Butler had moved all the way out to the edge of the circle to do the fielding. Willie had gone to back up at the wicket keeper's end, and which meant there was no one at the bowler's end.
Well, it's the end of the Willie over, 2 for 40 for him. So expensive, but it's a tough ground to keep runs down on. Those 2 wickets could be crucial. 49 is what is needed from the final 3 overs for India. Eminently doable. They'd have to go at 16, nearly 16 and a half and over. But the man that's done the damage from an England perspective, Sulakumar Yadav, is still there. It's 167 for 5. Let's just quickly jingle up Ravindra Jadeja.
Who's that spinning on the field? Who's that done? Devious balls in my direction.
Well, it's going to be Richard Gleeson. England was 169 for 5, so they were only 2 runs ahead.
Wow.
And this one, they had a big finish, and India will be looking to do the same. That was a superb delivery from Gleeson. It was full and it was at the toes, and all it could be done was push back to him. So a dot ball is very much what was needed there, and that's what they've got. Jadeja was really looking to haul him away square of the wicket, but he wasn't able to. What's Gleeson got this time? It's full. It's lofted high. I think it's got enough. It absolutely has. It was over long off, and that will keep India believing.
You don't have to miss by much.
Hombre Nuevo's GPL wise says, "Where's the fucking India collapse?" Also, get well soon, Annie.
Yeah, we'll be thinking of Annie this week, but she sounds like she's on the road to recover, which is good news indeed. 173 for 5, 43 from 16. There's 6 off 2 so far. The left-handed Jadeja is facing the right-handed Gleeson. That's in front. That's given out. Up goes the Burns finger. I don't think that's worth reviewing. That is a big wicket. Jadeja will have to go. Is he going to try and review? Have they got any reviews left?
They haven't reviewed. Oh, he's reviewed it.
He has reviewed it because I think he thinks he might as well. But
the England review was the review for the last wicket was an England review.
Well, so, it was, but that looks absolutely salmon to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
173 for 6. Jadeja is waiting. I don't think he's waiting with a soul full of hope, to be perfectly honest.
The porn bot says more than one big butt. Click here. Hombre Nuevo says Willie's going in hard. Sorry.
It's a gift. It's a gift for the porn bot, isn't it? If you've got Willie in there. 43 off 15 is what they need. It looks like that 6th wicket will have gone.
How can that not
Josh
be?
Butler's pretty sure. What are they giving? As Ultra Edge.
He's already. No, that's
past the bat. He'd taken quite a big forward stride. Had Jadeja.
Yeah, but it hit on the full, didn't it?
No,
it was. It did bounce. So we're going to have a look. Hopefully from in front the front view camera. Jadeja's still waiting. Bit of a beard off between Jadeja and Gleeson, both of whom were quite lustrously barbed.
Doesn't the winner goes on to play Mo and Ali in the final?
Well, yeah.
Oh, well, we got no chance.
That's amateur status for the others, and compared to Mo.
Ding, 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 ding.
Pitch is in line. Impact in line.
Very much out.
Hitting leg. And much as we thought, Gleeson has himself a wicket. Mike Burns can bathe with the self-righteous feeling that he got it right all along, which he absolutely did. And India lose another wicket, but again it's not Sirakumar Yadav. They just need to get him out on strike. 173 for 6. 43 is what is needed from 50.
He can't score any runs. He can't score any runs if he's not on strike, Tony.
Brilliant, Al. I think that's the. Hang on, I think that's the BBC on the phone. Yes, it is. So impressed are they with the insightfulness of that?
Tell me I'm wrong.
It only takes a second to score a goal.
Now, if you're going to quote BBC, don't give me ITV, Brian Moore euphemisms.
Brian Moore, you leave Brian Moore alone. He was magnificent.
I'm going to make a prediction that Warren Davies is going to win the GPL with 419. He's our top pick.
So we now got a predicted winner of a score prediction league.
Yeah, it's fun.
Right. Is this Harshal Patel? It is. He carves this straight out to short extra. Speaking of beards, it is the beard that's finished.
Oh, he couldn't get off strike.
And he couldn't get himself off strike. This is a superb over so far. Yes, there's been the 6 off it, but 2 dot balls and a wicket means that I think Richard Gleeson's well, you'd think he's carving himself a place into the World Cup squad here. Be very interesting to see how he goes against South Africa.
Do you would you bowl spin next over, or would you leave spin until the last over?
Well, what do they say? They say the 19th over is always the big one, so it's a very trouble. We need to have another look at how many overs each bowler has in a minute. In comes Gleeson, it's full, and it's bunted back down the ground. There should be a man down there. There is. It's Chris Jordan, who is long off.
So Chris Jordan has 1 over left, so there's either Livingston or Ali to bowl the other one.
Well, it's Livingston or Moeen Ali, and it would mean that they did they I think they may have chosen not to take a run there. Gleeson's got
they took one.
They took one now
to get Surya Kumar back on strike.
Well, they've got Sirakumar on strike,
but the thing is, a 4 or a 6 here really doesn't help, does it? Because you'll be off strike.
Well, it helps, but you'd need the new batsman to either keep the scoring going. What's he done? He's tickled it off his legs, backward of square. They're going to get a single, and he will keep the strike for the next over, which is absolutely what England didn't want and absolutely what India did. 41 from 2 overs is what is needed.
Well done, Gleeson, though.
Well bowled, Gleeson. What does that mean in terms of over rate? Nearly 20.
31.
But they have targeted, particularly Sirakumar and Shreyas Iyer when he was with him. They targeted Livingston. They targeted Moeen Ali. And they were going to have to say one of those is going to have to bowl, we think.
Captain Bishop.
Yes, sir.
Who's going to bowl?
I would go for the experience of Moeen Ali, even though what he went for 11 off just the one he's bowled. Wouldn't you lean on his experience? And I honestly was looking at my phone, not at the screen, when I saw that he was there.
Because I mean, Livingston went for 36 off his 2 overs.
From your mouth to Josh Butler's brain.
Well,
now that's heavy responsibility right there, Tim.
Yeah, I think you're right. 175 for 6 doesn't really matter. What matters most is 41 off 12. Moeen Ali is going to bowl. He's bowled an absolute horrible, looking for width, and the first one's gone for a wide. So it's an extra ball for India. It's a 1 to the score. 40 off 12. Nervy, dare one say?
Squeaky bum time.
In comes Moeen Ali, wide again, lofted. It's over the infield. I think it's going to go all the way. It is. It's backward a point. 3 England fielders chase it. 3 England fielders don't get there, and it is 4 more for Sirakumar Yadav. That is for us. Look at them. They all set off. They all think they've been with a chance. None of them were.
Did you have the Benny Hill theme music in your head?
Oh,
when you were watching?
Yakety sax, bless it.
Don't talk about it.
In comes Ali. 30 thumped
Oh, dear.
high, long, handsome,
Whoa,
maximum,
shit.
all the way. Goodness me. Wow.
Let's talk about sex. Let's talk about sex. Let's talk about sex. Let's talk about sex.
30 from 10. You don't need me to tell you that's 3 runs a ball, but you don't need me to tell you either that they are targeting Moeen Ali just as they targeted Livingston, and Sirakumar Yadav absolutely has it in him at the moment because he's seeing it like a football and he's hitting it like a exocet. 30 from 10. Moeen Ali wide again. Moeen Ali wide again.
Oh, jeez.
Wouldn't you ask him to come in and bowl it like a medium pacer at this stage?
I'm not sure what I'd ask him. I've got to be honest. I know Alex Wharf has twice had to signal wide. What's Mo got this time? It's going to be wider again. It's cut past point. A helicopter, sort of a windmill, I suppose, of a shot. It's 4 more.
I'm
25 from 9. It was past David Willey, who was at Gully, I think. And this is very doable. 117 for Sirakumar. Horrible over from Moeen Ali.
This, isn't it?
Well,
dead rubber, you said. I was
dead. Well, I did
rubber.
say dead rubber, yeah.
Dead rubber.
What's Moeen Ali got? It's wide, it's swept. So not going to be a run this time. That is a precious dot ball for England. It's a precious dot ball for poor old Moeen Ali, who's coming in for some tap here.
If you played the ball on its merits, he carves that through the offside field, but he's premeditated to go and sweep.
You're absolutely right, Al.
You know what I mean?
Right.
It
didn't
like
seem like the shot to play. What's Moeen Ali got here? High! I'm not sure he's got all of this, has he? No, he's taken by Phil Salt, who comes running in from long off. Moeen Ali has finally removed Sirakumar Yadav, who's gone for 117 off 55 balls. Moeen Ali's been expensive at 1 for 27, but that one was about as crucial as a wicket could be in this format of the game. Take a bow, Sirakumar Yadav. Moeen Ali, who's bowled like a drain, frankly, but he's been absolutely targeted, but he has got the wicket that counts.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
that's about as good as a T20 international T20 innings as I've seen.
It was superb.
Yeah, me too.
It was superb. 55 balls, 117. He's finally been caught by the man from Bodlwidan at long off, Phil Salt. Getting a warm round of applause. Jadeja and Kohli both leaning on the dressing room door in that pavilion. Sirakumar has his helmet tilted back on his head.
I hate to mention it, but 25 from 7 is still doable.
Oh, eminently doable. There is
Let's not kid ourselves.
No. This is far from done. This game.
Yeah, that's Shakespearean twists and turns still about.
Indeed.
Although, who's in next?
Well, the new man to the crease. It should be, I would think, Zavesh Khan should be, if they're following batting order. In comes Moeen Ali. Short, hauled high. That's going to be 4. I don't think the man after it's going to reach it. No, he doesn't.
That was a rubbish ball.
That keeps India well and truly in it with just 1 over left. It was a horrible ball.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
They crossed, of course, when Sirakumar was finally out, taken by Phil Salt at long off the bowling of Moeen Ali. So that was Harshal's runs. At the end of that over, Moeen Ali is 2 overs only have gone for 31, but he's got the crucial wicket. And of course, the finisher is going to be Chris Jordan, and he's going to be bowling to the new man, which is kind of a dream result for England, Avesh Khan.
GPL news. We're on 410 runs so far for today.
Which means?
And which means we've got 3 live entries. Nestle boy on 412.
Oh, Nestle's.
I'm on 413, and Warren Davies is on 419. Now, there would be some justice in Warren winning because it was he who very generously offered to match up to £600 in people's donations to Guerrilla Cricket last week in honour of my dear departed dog. But I would love to see him win after that. I think it would be
well,
just
that's
right.
It just proves that you are an absolute gentleman, Messers, and I think we'd all be grateful for that. Not that we'd ever want to begrudge you your win, but we take your point. Avesh Khan is going to face. Here is Avesh Khan.
Hello, my honey. Hello, Avesh Khan. Pull on the stumps, please. Pull us a maiden, please.
In comes Chris Jordan, bunted down the ground. It will only be a single as David Willey runs across. Who England have, which means England have to have one extra fielder in the 30-yard circle. I am reliably informed by Jason in full-on knackle mode as he came scampering in from the green room to impart very useful information. Because
are we late with our time?
We're late, precisely, and we're late with the time. 20 or 5. 5 fours would do it. This game's not over. What? And they've got the single, so Harshal Patel is on strike. Chris Jordan is in. It's full. It's clipped away to mid-wicket. There's only going to be a single. It's fielded by Phil Salt, who shapes to throw. Realised they were never thinking of 2. In fact, I don't think they ran, did they? I don't think they ran. I think they want to keep Harshal on strike.
No, they didn't.
So 20 from 4. England, as we've just found out, have to have one extra fielder in the circle.
So only 1 run off 2 balls.
Yeah, well, let's see.
I think
Chris
it's
Jordan
over.
is bowling
But the GPL's not
to
over.
Harshal, far from it. That one is speared in at the toes of Harshal Patel. What a ball that was.
He was
Perfect
jumping all over
delivery.
the place there, wasn't he?
Oh, well, that made him dance, that's for sure. 88 miles an hour from Chris Jordan. Harshal had given himself room, trying to free his arms. And Jordan saw that. And it was I always worry, I'm never quite sure if you describe a ball as a Yorker if it's not actually into the block hole. But it was a Yorker in as much as it was absolutely full and at the toes. It just that Harshal Patel had stepped right back, hadn't he?
Jordan's
20 from 3.
Death bowler, hasn't he?
So in theory, mathematically, the game is gone. But let's see what Jordan has. He's ramped him. He's going to be caught. He is caught by Gleeson, who is a short fine leg. Harshal Patel has to go. Little chat, I think, between Jordan and Harshal Patel. Not the man for the job under these circumstances. If Surya Kumar Yadav had stayed, actually not a bad effort at ramping the ball.
Yeah,
but well done.
Nestle's is very much in the frame.
Right,
he only needs 1 run from the last 2 balls to win, and I need 2 runs from the last 2 balls to win. And Warren needs 8 from the last 2 balls.
Yeah, Warren all of a sudden has been optimistic.
Oh, Warren, Warren, I think is odds against. So hang on, let me get this right. You need 2 Messers. Nestlers needs 1.
1, yeah.
That's enough for some. It's apparently enough for quite a lot of the members of the crowd.
And 8.
It does seem a bit weird. You've watched this most entertaining game of cricket, and now all of a sudden it's like, nah.
You're off to beat the traffic, aren't you? Or
I hate that.
But I go along with that. I agree with you.
In rugby league terms, this is referred to as the Wigan Walk, because Wigan Warriors fans have a reputation for leaving 5 minutes early.
Well, so do Arsenal fans, of course, but that's because it's so bloody hard to get out of the Emirates. Jordan, full, cut. Is there a man down there? There is. Is he going to get there? He is. Just. I think he. Well, did his feet touch the sponge?
Right, there was
Harry
2
Brook?
runs taken off that.
So there's the 2. That's Messers is in the game.
So Jez has the number with 1 ball left.
So any run here,
any runs now.
Banjaks
A 6 will win it for Warren.
6.
A 6
It's
for
Ravi
Warren.
Bishnoi. We didn't even have time to jingle him up. Probably not worth it now. He's
Oh,
got
this
one ball
is
to face.
the
He's
tension.
facing Chris Jordan. It's, if he hits a 6,
This is why I
Warren's
play
in the
the
game.
GPL.
It's
so
fully
fun.
bowled him! Messi Jez has got the GPL! England have got the game. That's probably slightly more important in the great scheme of things.
Yeah,
They've
I think
won
so.
by 17 runs. It was a full, fast, in-swinging Yorker. It was way too good for Ravi Bishnoi. But it was the perfect delivery for Messi Jez, who, as we speak, is phoning his nearest restaurant to go and ask them what their best champagne is. Except it must be the middle of the night there, so it'll be breakfast for you, won't it?
I've got to pay the cost of putting my dog down, which this will help towards.
Yeah, come and join us.
But that's fantastic, and I shall leave 30 quid to be in the pot for tomorrow for the next game anyhow.
Oh, well, fantastic. Well. That was, dare I say it, absolutely the best game of the series. Of the three.
I thought it was going to be dull like the other two, actually.
Yeah, well, India didn't, in the end, quite chase down England's 215 for 7. They were well south on the power play, but then they really hit the gas. The gas hitter in chief was very much Sirikumar Yadav with 117 off 55. He was well supported by Shreyas Iyer, 28 off 23, but, and there is the crucial but, there wasn't a lot apart from that. 198 for 9. Fine finish from Chris Jordan. 2 for 37 for him to keep things under control. 1 for 31 off 2 for Moeen Ali. A crucial wicket who finally removed Sirikumar. But fairly shaky stuff apart from that. 2 for 40 for David Willey. 3 for 22 for Reece Topley. No marks for his hairdresser. 1 for 31 for Richard Gleeson. Another fine effort for him, including a crucial catch. 2 for 37, we said, for Chris Jordan. None for 36 for Liam Livingstone, and it was definitely Ali and Livingstone who were being targeted. But, chaps, as Jason eases himself into the fourth chair, an exciting, tense stuff, particularly with the GPL. Jason, what do you make of all of that?
Excellent game. A very good contest. Credit, I think, to Joss Butler for thinking clearly when he needed to, right at the very end, and getting the order of his bowlers right on the money, so that he would take the game deep and force Moeen to bowl his crucial over a spin at the last possible moment against the lowest batsman he could possibly manage.
Absolutely right. And Al, I mean, they managed to. They decided to play the extra batsman, having fallen short so badly in the first two games. Just about paid off in the end, didn't it? Though it had its moments when it couldn't have done.
You've got to be flexible. You know that it's a win. You know, and you know there'll be a few people breathing slightly easier. I think that there's been a real find in the 3 games with Gleeson.
Yep.
It will be interesting about whether you think about Gleeson in a 50-over game, but certainly I think he might have booked himself a flying ticket to Australia.
I also think that they've decided the order of the left-arm seamers as well. I think Topley and Willey are well ahead of Curran now.
Yes, Curran, of course, just has potentially that extra gear with the bat to support him, but yeah, I think the control that Chris Jordan showed when he needed to was first rate, and we know he's got that. England's leading one-day wicket taker, isn't he? T20 wicket taker. Willey definitely always gets the ball to swing early and can add late order runs, so he is looking in good order.
And Topley's just got the height, and he bowls a good slower ball into the deck.
He does. Moeen Ali, if I had to be concerned for anyone, Messers.
Yeah.
Is it just that they, you know, if world-class quality limited over batsmen are deciding to target you, it's really quite hard to do anything about it? And they were definitely after Moeen Ali, weren't they?
I agree. I mean, I think that's where England has a significant gap in their T20 squad. Is a reliable spinner who you can be confident will bowl 4 overs and not go for 1 million runs. and neither Livingston nor Ali was able to do anything against this onslaught.
Bring back Rashid.
Well, I think Rashid's been missing for reasons that have got nothing to do with cricket. But I think that you can turn around and
I think so.
I think we put Rashid in there, and it provides slightly more options.
I agree. The other thing I'm really pleased about is that I think this means that Curran won't be there any longer, because I've never had much time for him, and I think that's a good thing. Look, I was because of the concentration on GPL, I was a bit remiss in terms of reading the tweets over the last quarter
final
hour.
messages. Let's do that.
So, Ombre Nueva 18 minutes ago says, £5 on Warren for the win. The GPL is what makes T20 memorable. Indeed. Roger Melly says, Chris Jordan has the biggest ass on the ground. Warren says, a bear-free game. O'Neill Harris says, Yadav got a century. Considering that Kohli's never made a T20i century, you see what an achievement this is. Congratulations for me from Warren and Omri Nuovo. Thank you, guys, and thank you both for playing so much in it as well.
That's clearly a very gentlemanly game, the GPL.
Perko says, if we've got a few minutes for the coming Irish victory, I think New Zealand have got 3 overs left. They need 40 runs and they have 2 wickets standing. I don't know if you guys have got the energy to do that.
I've got somewhere I have to be, unfortunately.
All right.
So I'm going to have to cut and run. And I've also got to close the studio down. So no, is the short answer. I'm
some
afraid.
people have. Frong's obviously got an impression of me as a massive drinker. He says, congratulations messages on your win. Dozen bottles of red on the way to your abode. I've actually got some very nice tawny port that Brian sent to me, which is...
Ooh, what is it?
It's just it's a 2-litre cask of tawny port. I can't remember the name of it. But it's
Taylor's? None of the above?
It's not a name I'd heard of before.
Oh, okay. Beautiful, though.
But it's very pleasant. Just a little glass now and then of an evening. It just keeps you warm in winter.
Not too many, otherwise
I just want to say thank you to everyone. I just wanted to say thank you to all the people with us on YouTube who were chatting away amongst themselves. And Suda, who said, congratulations, Messi, you bastard. Christ, Messi. Thank you all. And I will leave 30 quid there, so we've got a pot to start with.
Well, we shall love you and leave you. England have won this by 17 runs. Messi Jazz has won the GPL. We are going to be back, of course we are, on, let me see, Tuesday
the 12th.
1 o'clock start on Tuesday, as England will take on India again in the longer format of the white ball game. As ever, huge thanks go to you, thanks to Al, thanks to Colin, thanks to Messrs, thanks to Nestlers, and of course the man next to me, thanks to Jason G. So we will see you on Tuesday. Have a fantastic evening or whatever's left of your day, or morning if you're in Australia. Take care, and we'll see you soon. Bye.
Bye-bye. Thanks all. Bye-bye.
Should have queued up the theme tune and done the big thing. Here it is.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla.
Take large man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning.